Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. This isn't the kind of thing I ever thought I'd write out, but it's been stuck in my head for weeks, and I'm starting to lose sleep over it. Maybe posting it will help me get it out. So I babysit sometimes. Nothing formal, just extra cash for weekends when I'm not working. I've watched kids for neighbors, co-workers, even a few random Craigslist families when I was desperate. Never anything weird. Usually just cartoons, pizza, bedtime. This one was different. A friend of a friend recommended me to this couple in Toledo. Their usual sitter was out of town. It was just a one-time thing, Saturday night, 6 to midnight. Their daughter was 7, quiet, well-behaved, liked puzzles and princess stuff. That's what they told me over the phone. When I showed up, the mom answered the door. She looked tired in the way people with young kids do, not a mess, just stretched thin. The dad was in the background finishing dinner. The little girl, Sophie, was already in her pajamas, sitting at the kitchen table and coloring. The house was clean, too clean, honestly. Everything was neat, nothing on the floors, couch pillows perfectly lined up, no dishes in the sink. I remember that because I kept thinking, this place looks staged, like they were trying to prove how normal they were. They gave me the usual rundown. She'd already eaten. Bedtime was 8. No screen time after 7. I nodded along, acting like I hadn't heard the exact same speech from every other parent in the universe. But then the mom hesitated. She leaned in a little and said, kind of quietly, "If she talks about her teeth, just play along. Don't ask too many questions." I think I blinked, like, what? But she was already grabbing her purse. The dad handed me their number and said they'd be home around midnight, then they left. Sophie didn't say much at first. She was polite. Not shy exactly, just soft, like her volume knob was stuck on low. We watched a cartoon. She showed me a puzzle she'd already finished 3 times. Then she asked to go to bed early. That surprised me. It wasn't even 7:30. But I figured, hey, easy money, right? So I helped her brush her teeth, walked her to her room, and tucked her in. That's when she said it. I was fluffing her blanket, and she just looked at me and said, "If I lose another tooth, he's allowed back in." She said it like it was a rule, like I should already know who he was. I laughed a little. "Who's allowed back in?" She shrugged and turned her face to the wall. "I don't know his name, but he waits." I didn't push it. Maybe that makes me a bad sitter. I don't know. I just smiled and said, "Well, no more teeth tonight, okay?" She didn't laugh, just pulled the blanket up to her ears and closed her eyes. I backed out of the room and sat on the couch for a bit, flipping through channels and texting my roommate. I told her the girl was kind of creepy, and we joked about the whole tooth thing. I even said, if I don't check in after midnight, assume I've been turned into a puppet made of baby teeth. Real funny, in hindsight. Everything was quiet for a while. Too quiet. Around 10, I heard a soft thump from Sophie's room. Not a crash. Just that low kind of bump you hear when a kid rolls over too hard and kicks the wall or something. I ignored it at first, but then I heard it again. Softer this time, like a shuffle. I called out, "You okay, Soph?" No answer. I stood up and walked to her room. Door was slightly open. The lights were off, but the hallway lamp was bright enough to see by. She was asleep, or at least pretending to be. Her breathing was slow, steady, blanket up to her chin, same as before. I was about to walk away when I heard it again, but not from the bed, from underneath it. I crouched down and whispered, "Are you playing?" No response. I bent a little lower just to check. Didn't see anything at first. Then I noticed something tucked into the back corner, a glass jar, half buried under a blanket. I reached in and pulled it out. It was heavier than I expected. The jar was full of teeth. Not just a few. Dozens. All different shapes and sizes. Each one had a tiny tag on it, like one of those sticker labels you'd use for a yard sale. Dates. Names. Written in shaky handwriting, some of the ink starting to fade. The top tooth said something like Madison, May 3rd. The one below it, Elliot, April 12th. I kept flipping the jar, my hand starting to sweat. And at the bottom, scratched into the glass, not written on a sticker, was my name. First and last. No middle. No date. Just me. That's when I heard the breathing. Not Sophie's. Something slower. Rougher. From under the bed, right behind me. I didn't look. Didn't think. I put the jar down and backed out of the room fast. Closed the door behind me and sat on the couch, heart pounding. I didn't go back in for the rest of the night. Didn't turn off the hallway light. Didn't blink unless I had to. When the parents came home, I didn't tell them anything. I just grabbed my bag and left. And now I keep waking up in the middle of the night with this weird pressure behind my gums, like something's getting ready to come loose. I didn't sleep when I got home that night. I turned on every light in my apartment. I don't know why. It wasn't like the thing under the bed was going to follow me through a lampshade, but it helped, sort of. I kept telling myself I imagined it, that the teeth weren't real, that maybe I misread the name on the glass, or maybe it was someone else with my name, a weird coincidence. But it didn't feel like a coincidence. It felt personal, like whoever put my name on that jar knew I'd see it, knew I'd check under the bed, like they were waiting for me to find it. And the breathing? That wasn't my imagination. I know what I heard. I had this tight feeling in my stomach all night, like I was forgetting something important, like a deadline had been moved up without warning. The next morning I told my roommate about it. I didn't mean to. I was just making coffee, still wide awake from the night before, and I said, "What would you do if a kid you were babysitting had a jar of baby teeth under the bed?" She gave me this look, part amused, part grossed out, and said, "Why would a kid have that?" I told her, not everything, just the basics. The weird bedtime comment, the jar, my name scratched on the glass. She laughed at first, thought I was making it up, but when she saw I wasn't joking, she stopped smiling. "Maybe it's just something the parents do," she said, "like a creepy family tradition." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But no parent collects dozens of labeled baby teeth and hides them under their kid's bed. And they definitely don't include a name that doesn't belong to their child. My roommate must have seen something shift in my face, because she changed the subject after that, kept it light, offered to grab lunch. I said no. I couldn't eat. My jaw hurt, not badly, just this low ache behind my back teeth, like pressure building. I went to the bathroom, opened my mouth, checked every tooth. They were fine. No blood. No movement. Just that steady, growing throb. I swore I wasn't going to go back to that house. But later that afternoon, I got a text from the mom. "Sophie asked if you could come again this weekend. She liked you. She doesn't usually like sitters." My stomach dropped. I didn't reply. Another message came through. "I'll pay double, just a few hours this time." I stared at the screen for a long time. And then I said yes. I don't know why. I told myself it was for closure, that I needed to prove to myself it was just a creepy moment and nothing more. But I think some part of me wanted to look again, wanted to see if the jar was still there, if the date had changed. It's like when someone tells you not to look in a mirror after midnight. You know you shouldn't, but some awful part of you wants to test it anyway. The second visit was weirder from the start. The parents were polite, but not warm this time. The dad barely looked at me. The mom kept checking the time. When I asked how Sophie was doing, the mom just said, "She's been quiet lately." Like that explained anything. They left 10 minutes later. Sophie was already in her room when I got there. She didn't come out to say hi. I figured I'd give her space, let her call for me if she needed anything. But around 7, I heard her voice. She was singing. Soft, quiet. Too quiet. I walked down the hallway and stopped just outside her door. The song didn't sound like anything I recognized. It didn't have a melody, more like a list being spoken in a sing-song way. And then I heard the words: Madison, May 3rd, Elliot, April 12th, Harper, August 2nd, me, October 10th. She kept going. Name, date, name, date. I couldn't move. Then she said my name. Clear, slow, deliberate, and after it, tomorrow. My throat went dry. I pushed the door open. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, a little notebook in her lap, humming. The jar was gone. I asked her, "What's that song?" She looked up, blinked, and said, "It helps me remember." Remember what? Who the teeth belong to. I wanted to take the notebook from her. I really did. But I couldn't move my feet. Sophie closed the notebook gently and stood up. "He's hungry," she said, "and he's not very patient." I asked her who he was. She tilted her head like she didn't understand the question. Then she whispered, "He used to live in the walls, but now he lives under the bed." I didn't know what to say. My hands were shaking. She walked to the bed and crawled under the covers, like it was a normal bedtime, like nothing strange had happened at all. "I'll see you in the morning," she said. I stayed in her doorway for almost an hour after she fell asleep. And when I finally left her room, I locked the door behind me. I didn't care if it made me a bad babysitter. I just needed the night to end. But the ache in my jaw, it's worse now. And when I checked in the mirror, one of my molars is starting to wiggle. I didn't go to work the next day. Called in sick, which wasn't a lie. I hadn't slept. I'd checked that loose molar in the mirror probably 20 times, tapped it with my tongue, pressed on it with my fingertip. It wobbled more than the day before. It didn't hurt exactly, but I felt it every time I blinked. That sounds dramatic, but it's the only way I can explain it. Like my body was reminding me of it constantly, even when I wasn't thinking about it. I sat in my apartment all day, trying not to open a search tab. I didn't want to type molar loose for no reason, or jar of teeth with your name on it, or what lives under beds and eats kids, because I already knew whatever answer I got wouldn't help. I needed to sit with it for a while. I needed to let it feel real. Around noon, I got a text from the mom. "Thank you for last night. Sophie slept through the whole night. That hasn't happened in weeks." I stared at the message for a long time. I didn't reply, not because I didn't know what to say. I just couldn't make myself type anything. I think I was afraid she'd respond instantly, like she was watching me type it in real time. That night, I didn't brush my teeth. I know that sounds gross. I just couldn't stand the thought of poking at them, of loosening that one any more than it already was. I slept with a scarf wrapped around the lower half of my face like that would stop anything from reaching my mouth. The dream I had was the worst one yet. I was back in that house, in Sophie's room, except it wasn't nighttime. It was the kind of dead gray light that happens before a storm. Everything was quiet, too quiet. And there was this sound under the bed, not breathing, not movement. Clicking, like small teeth knocking together in a glass jar. I looked under, and there were dozens of jars, hundreds, lined up like a pantry, all of them full, all of them labeled. Some had names scratched into the glass like mine, others had no names at all, just dates, and one of the jars was open. Empty. Waiting. When I woke up, I had blood in my mouth. I ran to the bathroom. The molar was still there, barely, hanging on by a thread. And on my tongue, a name. It was like I'd been trying to say it in the dream. I didn't recognize it, but it tasted like dust and iron and something older than I wanted to think about. I spit it out, washed my mouth with cold water until my lips went numb. That evening, I finally texted the mom back. I asked her directly, "What's with the tooth thing?" She didn't reply right away. About an hour later, I got a message back. "Just this. It's something her grandmother started. Just a story. Don't worry about it." I called her. Straight to voicemail. I tried again. Same. I know what that means. People say don't worry about it when they know you absolutely should. I went out for a walk to clear my head. Ended up near a park without realizing how far I'd gone. There were kids playing on the swings, two parents chatting by a bench. I sat on the curb across the street and watched them for a bit, trying to remember what normal felt like. That's when I saw the man. He wasn't with anyone, just standing near the edge of the trees, not watching the kids, watching me. He looked homeless, layers of mismatched clothing, face hidden by a hat too big for his head. His posture was off, bent in a way that made him seem like he was always leaning forward, even when he stood still. He didn't move, not once. Just stood there, watching. I didn't stay. When I got home, I took a flashlight and checked under my own bed. There was nothing there. No jars, no blankets, no figures crawling along the wall. But there was something new. A single baby tooth. Clean. Shiny. Right in the middle of the floor. I picked it up without thinking. It was cold. And on the side of it, so small I almost missed it, was a name etched into the surface. Not mine. Sophie's. I dropped it. I didn't sleep that night. I just laid on my back, mouth closed, teeth clenched, eyes locked on the ceiling. At exactly 3:15 in the morning, I heard a voice whisper from under the bed. Not a full word. Just a name. My name. But not like someone calling me. Like someone tasting it. I didn't move when it said my name. I just stared at the ceiling and pretended I hadn't heard it, that maybe it was a dream or some half-sleep audio hallucination, like when the heater kicks on and your brain turns it into words. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that. It didn't say anything else, just that one word, said soft, like breath pressed through a crack in the floorboards. My name. I stayed in bed until the sun came up, and when I finally sat up and looked under nothing, no tooth, no jar, no voice, just dust and the stray sock I thought I'd lost 2 weeks ago. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Because it didn't matter that nothing was there. I still knew it had been. I called my dentist later that day, told them my back molar was loose and I needed to be seen. They fit me in around 4. I didn't tell them about the rest of it. What was I going to say? That I thought a little girl's imaginary monster was trying to rip my teeth out. The hygienist tapped around in my mouth, poked with her little metal hook, and then went quiet. The dentist came in next, did the same thing, quiet again. Then he asked, "Did you take a hit to the jaw recently?" I shook my head. "Have you been grinding your teeth at night?" "No," I said, "not that I know of." He sat back and looked at the screen. "Your molar's detaching from the root. It's not infected, but it's definitely not secure. We can pull it, or we can wait and see if it resets. But honestly," he shrugged, "it's gonna come out either way." I scheduled the extraction. Tomorrow at 3. Which wouldn't be weird, except the jar under Sophie's bed had tomorrow's date on it. I walked home slower than usual, took the long way, looping through neighborhoods I didn't know, watching the sky get darker in this way that didn't feel natural. Not sunset, dark shadow dark. Like something leaning over everything. At one point I passed a parked car with a dusty window. I caught my reflection and nearly jumped. Not because I looked weird, but because someone else was standing behind me. When I turned around, no one was there. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I didn't want to, because I couldn't. Every time I started to drift off, I felt a pull, not physical, mental, like something was waiting for me in the dark, not to scare me, just to be closer. I finally gave up around 2 a.m. and went to the kitchen. Made toast. Ate half of it. Left the plate in the sink. When I came back to my room, the sock that had been under the bed earlier was on my pillow. Folded. Like someone wanted to let me know they'd been there again, but didn't want to scare me. Like a gift. That was worse than anything else. The idea that whatever this was wasn't trying to hurt me. It was trying to belong. I went back to Sophie's house the next day. I didn't plan to. I just found myself walking in that direction. It was around noon. The front yard was empty. No cars in the driveway. I knocked. No answer. I tried the door. It was unlocked. I stepped inside and called out. No response. The living room looked the same, still too clean, still that sense that everything had been placed instead of lived in. I walked down the hall to Sophie's room. The door was open. She wasn't there. The bed was made. No sign of her notebook, no toys out, no clothes on the floor. And underneath, the jar was back, exactly where it had been the first time. I pulled it out with shaking hands. Same teeth, same tags, and at the bottom, my name. Next to it, the new date. Today. I picked it up and saw something I hadn't noticed before. Scratched along the bottom edge of the glass, hidden unless you turned it just right. Promised, paid, returned. I didn't know what that meant. Not until I saw the door across the hall. Sophie's closet. It was open. Not wide, just enough to see that something was inside. Not movement, not a shape. Just a flicker, like breath behind plastic. I didn't go near it. I put the jar back and left the room. The front door clicked shut behind me without me touching it. I didn't go to the dentist. I canceled the appointment because I knew what would happen if I let them pull the tooth. It would go missing, and the jar would be complete, and whatever was in the closet would be allowed back in. I don't want to be part of that deal, even if I'm already in it. I didn't tell anyone I went back to the house. I didn't tell my roommate, or my mom when she called, or May when she texted to ask if I was still alive. I started typing out a reply to her, then deleted it. Because what do you even say? Hey, remember that babysitting job I took? I think something under the bed is trading in children's teeth like currency. No way to make that sound sane. That night, I slept on the couch. Lights on. TV playing low. I didn't go into my room, didn't want to see the bed, didn't want to see what might have crawled out from underneath it while I was gone. Somewhere around 3 a.m, I woke up with the taste of metal in my mouth. I sat up, heart already going, tongue pressing against that back molar. Still there, but looser. I went to the bathroom and spit into the sink. There was a streak of red in the foam. I didn't look too long. I just rinsed, turned off the light, and sat back down on the couch like that would stop anything from getting closer. Around 4, I heard footsteps. Not inside. Outside my apartment. Soft, slow. Coming down the hallway. They stopped outside my door. No knock. Just silence. And then something slid under the door. A folded scrap of paper. I stared at it for a while before picking it up. There was one word on it. Tomorrow. I didn't open the door. Didn't move. Just sat there with the paper in my lap like it was radioactive. The next morning, I found another baby tooth. This time in the fridge, on top of my eggs. Same handwriting scratched into it. Sophie. I called the number the mom had given me. This time, it rang. She picked up on the third try. Sounded tired, shaky. I didn't give her a chance to talk first. I said, "What did you give it?" She didn't say anything. I asked again, "What did you give it to make it stop?" She finally answered, "I didn't give it anything." There was a pause. Her grandmother did, a long time ago, before I was born. I asked, "What is it?" Another pause, longer this time. Then, "It's old." That was all she gave me. Then she said, "Sophie's safe, that's all that matters," and hung up. I stared at the phone like I expected it to ring again. It didn't. I didn't go outside that day. Didn't check the mail. Didn't eat. I kept trying to feel the tooth with my tongue and kept stopping myself, like poking it would invite something to finally pull it loose. Around 6 p.m., the power went out. Not the whole building. Just my apartment. I could see lights on through the window, could hear someone's TV upstairs. But mine. Dead. I sat in the dark with my back to the wall, flashlight in hand, waiting for the sun to fully disappear. When it did, the apartment got heavy. Air thicker, warmer, almost humid. Like something breathing slow in the corner of the room. I turned on the flashlight, shined it under the couch. Nothing. Under the table. Nothing. Then the light flickered. Not out, just dimmed, like the batteries were draining too fast. And I felt it again. The voice. Not loud, not in my ears. In my chest. Like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. It said, "Almost." That was it. Just that one word. I didn't sleep. I waited. At midnight, the lights came back on. TV turned on by itself, volume low, playing something static and slow, like an old cartoon warped on tape. I turned it off. Then I opened my mouth in the mirror. The molar was gone. No blood. No gap. Just smooth gum, already healed over. Like it had never been there. I opened my hands. I was holding the tooth. Not sure when I picked it up. Not sure where it came from. I set it down on the counter, walked back to the couch, and sat, and waited for the knock. It came at exactly 3:15. Soft. Just one. I didn't move, didn't speak. But the door opened anyway. Slow, careful, and something stepped inside. It stepped inside like it had done it before. Not fast, not loud, just one foot, then the other, like it already knew the layout of the room. I didn't move. I didn't scream. I just watched. I can't tell you what it looked like, not exactly. I didn't see a face. I didn't see clothes. It wasn't a shape, more like a fold in the dark, a gap between the light and the floor. Something that didn't make sense, but didn't need to. The only thing I could really see, the only thing I remember clearly was the hand. It held out a jar. Glass, familiar, heavy. My name scratched into the bottom. The tooth inside. Just one. Mine. I didn't take it. It didn't offer it. It just stood there holding it, like a reminder, like a receipt. And then it set the jar down on the table, turned toward the hallway, and walked into my bedroom. No sound, no weight, but I felt it. The whole apartment shifted slightly, like it was no longer mine. I stayed on the couch until the sun came up. When I finally went to my room, it was empty. No footprints, no signs of anything disturbed. But I knew it had been there. I could feel it in the floorboards, in the sheets, in the way the bed didn't creak when I sat on it, like it had already adjusted to something else sleeping there. I checked under the bed. Nothing. No jars. No teeth. No breathing. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Because I knew this wasn't about what was there. It was about what had been taken. The jar stayed on my table for 2 more days. I didn't touch it. I didn't throw it away. I just let it sit there, watching. On the 3rd morning, it was gone. No sound. No door opening. Just gone. Like it had finished something. And me? I started eating again. Started sleeping. I even went back to work. Life didn't go back to normal, exactly, but it picked itself up. I checked my mouth in the mirror once a day for a week. No changes, no new aches, no missing pieces. My teeth felt like mine again. I still wake up at 3:15 sometimes. Not from noise. Just alert. Like my body remembers. But there's never anyone there. I haven't heard from the family. No texts. No calls. No more offers. Sophie's number is disconnected. The last time I walked past that house, the windows were empty. No lights, no car. Just a for sale sign leaning sideways in the yard. I didn't stop. Didn't even slow down. Because I finally understood what happened. That thing, it wasn't just haunting her. It wasn't following me. It was being fed. Not blood. Not bodies. Just a tooth. Just one small piece of someone freely given or quietly taken. A token. And once it had it, once your name was marked and the jar was full, it didn't need anything else. It didn't want more. It just wanted to keep what it collected. It wasn't cruel. It wasn't violent. It was patient. Old. Hungry in a way that didn't mean pain, just presence. It wanted a place at the table, a space in the wall, a whisper in the dark. And now it has that. I still have dreams. Sometimes I'm back in Sophie's room. Sometimes it's my room, just older, dustier. And under the bed, there's always something breathing. Not scary, not threatening. Just breathing, like it's waiting. And in the dream, I always reach under the bed, and I always find the jar, and inside it, the tooth is gone. But the space is still there, ready for another. This probably isn't the right place to post this, and maybe it'll just get buried, but I need to get it out. I've had this half written in my notes for like a week. I keep rewriting the intro because I don't know how to explain it without sounding completely off. But I swear, this is real, and it's getting worse. I live alone in a small apartment in New Jersey. Not a great area, not awful either. I work from home and I'm a night owl, so my routine's pretty backwards. Most nights I don't eat dinner until after midnight. It started as a bad habit, now it's just normal. I don't cook much. I usually just order something: wings, burgers, late-night Chinese, that kind of thing. There's this local spot I used to order from a lot. They're open late, always fast, decent prices. Same delivery guy every time. Middle-aged dude, clean shirt, quiet, polite. Never said more than a few words, but I appreciated that. He'd just hand over the bag, nod, and walk back to his car. No weird vibes. At least, not at first. It started changing maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. One night, I was working late and realized I hadn't eaten. I checked the time, it was around 1:15, and opened the app to place an order. Before I could finish picking my food, I got a text from an unknown number. It just said, "Outside." I thought it was spam until someone knocked. I opened the door and it was him, the same delivery guy, holding a takeout bag. I said, "I didn't order anything yet." He didn't respond, just held the bag out like it was already mine. I took it, confused, and tried to tell him I hadn't paid, but he was already walking back down the steps. Inside, I opened the bag. It was a container of soup, 2 egg rolls and rice. Not what I was planning to order. Not what I'd ever ordered before. I figured it was a mistake. Maybe he mixed me up with someone else. I felt weird about eating it, but it was late and I was starving, so I did. Next night, same thing. I didn't order anything. But at 1:19 a.m. exactly, another knock. Same guy. Same meal. I told him again that I hadn't ordered anything. He didn't even acknowledge it, just gave me the bag and left. That time, I didn't eat it. I left it on the counter, unopened. It felt wrong. I checked the number that texted me, still unknown. No replies when I messaged it back. The third night, I didn't even get a knock. I just found the food sitting on my welcome mat when I opened the door for some air. Same bag, same meal. No receipt, no note. I started checking the hallway cam on my phone. The building has security footage for every floor, including outside my unit. When I pulled up the recording, my skin went cold. It showed him, the delivery guy, walking straight in. He didn't knock, didn't hesitate, just opened the door and walked inside like he lived here. Thing is, my door was locked. Always is. I played it again, watched him push it open without using a key. He didn't break it. It didn't look forced. Just opened. He stepped into the kitchen, sat down at the table. Didn't move for 20 minutes. He didn't eat. He didn't look around. He just sat there, staring straight ahead. Then he stood up and left, closing the door behind him like it was nothing. I don't remember hearing any of it. I know I was home, awake. I should have heard something. But I didn't. That's when I stopped opening the door. Next night, I stayed up and watched the footage live on my phone. Right at 1:19, he came back. Didn't knock. Didn't even look toward the camera. Just stood in the hall for a second, then turned and walked back toward the stairs. I thought maybe it was done. But then I got another text. Hungry yet? I didn't reply. Didn't sleep either. I blocked the number the next morning. Installed a new lock too, one of those keypad ones. I didn't want a key out there that I didn't know about. Next few nights were quiet. No texts, no food, no sign of him. I thought it was over. Until last night. I woke up around 2:00 a.m. from a weird dream, the kind that makes your skin feel cold even though the room is warm. I reached for my phone and saw a motion alert from the hallway cam. I pulled it up, half asleep. And there he was. Not alone. He was back at my door, holding the same bag. But this time, someone else was with him. Standing just behind him, out of the light. I couldn't make out their face. They didn't move, just stood there in the shadow behind the stairwell. The delivery guy turned and handed them the bag. They took it, walked toward the camera toward my door, and then stopped just outside the frame. Like they knew exactly where the edge was. Then the feed glitched. Just for a second. When it came back, they were gone. But the door was open again. And the table? It had 2 chairs pulled out. I didn't go back to sleep after that. Just sat on the edge of my bed, staring at my phone, replaying the footage over and over. He never looks at the camera. That's the part that gets me. The delivery guy, if that's even what he is anymore, walks in like he knows exactly where everything is. No hesitation, no searching. Like my apartment is a place he's been going to for years. Like it's his. But the other person, the one behind him, that's who I can't stop thinking about. You can only see them for a few seconds, just a shape in the corner of the frame. I can't even tell if it's a man or a woman. They're tall, or maybe just standing straight. Their arms hang weird. Too long, maybe, or too still. It's like they're wearing stillness the way normal people wear clothes. And when the camera glitches, It's not the kind of glitch where you miss time. It's more like the image gets pulled, stretched sideways, like something too heavy just leaned against the lens. When the feed comes back, they're both gone. But my door's cracked open, and in the kitchen, 2 chairs are pulled out from the table. I know I didn't leave them like that. I always push them in, always. That morning I checked the locks again. Nothing broken, nothing forced. Keypad still working, no signs of entry. But they'd been inside. I could feel it. The air felt used. I didn't eat that day. Didn't want to risk touching anything in the kitchen. Didn't want to see if there were plates in the sink. I just stayed on the couch with the lights on, trying to feel like this was still my home. That night, I turned the hallway cam toward the door so I could watch it live again. I didn't want to be surprised. At exactly 1:19 a.m., the screen blinked. No warning, no motion alert, just a flash of static and then black. The feed cut out completely. When it came back a few minutes later, the door was wide open. I didn't go look. Not right away. I sat there, phone in hand, heart pounding. Then the microwave beeped. One long tone, the end of cycle kind of beep, like it had just finished reheating something. Except I hadn't put anything in. I hadn't touched it. I got up and walked to the kitchen. Slow. Every light in the apartment was on. I made sure of it. The microwave was dark, door closed, nothing inside. But the digital clock was reset, zeroed out, like the power had been cut for a few seconds. And the chairs, both were pushed in now. Neat, precise, like someone didn't want me to know they'd ever been pulled out. I backed out of the kitchen and locked myself in the bathroom. Stayed there till sunrise. Didn't sleep. Didn't move. Just listened. There were no sounds, but the silence felt loud. It's been like that for 3 nights now. No knock. No bag on the mat. Just the camera glitching at 1:19 and the sense that someone's already inside. I started looking for other people who might have experienced something similar. I searched forums, local crime boards, paranormal threads. Nothing matched exactly, but there were hints, stories of people getting deliveries they never ordered. A few posts about someone showing up at the same time every night, bringing nothing, saying nothing. Most of them got downvoted to hell. A few were deleted entirely. But one stuck with me. A user on a thread from 6 months ago, different city, said their brother started getting meals left at his door every night. Always the same food. He stopped eating it, but it kept coming. And then one night, the food stopped. And so did he. They found his apartment unlocked, lights on, food still warm. No sign of him. No sign of anyone else. I tried messaging the user. No reply. When I clicked on their profile, it said the account had been removed. I keep thinking about that. And I keep thinking about the face of the delivery guy, what little I can see of it on the footage. I don't remember ever seeing him blink. I don't remember ever hearing him breathe. And now I'm wondering if I ever saw him leave. Because all the footage I've rewatched, and I've watched, every second of it shows him arriving, walking in, sitting, but never leaving. It just cuts, and when it comes back, he's gone. Like he disappears between frames. I left my apartment today for the first time in a while. Just needed to get out. Went to a diner 2 blocks over. Sat at the counter. Ordered eggs and toast. I was halfway through when I realized I was the only one eating. Every other plate was untouched. Every cup full. People sat at their tables like mannequins. Not frozen, not stiff. Just silent. No talking. No clinking of silverware. Just the low hum of the overhead lights and the sound of my own chewing. I left cash on the table and walked out without finishing. I haven't been able to shake the feeling that I was being studied. That the others weren't eating because they were watching me do it. Like I was part of something I didn't understand. And tonight, at 1:19, the camera didn't glitch. It stayed on. The feed was clear. But this time, there was no delivery guy. No food. Just the second figure, the one from the shadows, standing perfectly still at the bottom of the stairs. Not moving. Not knocking. Just waiting. I didn't sleep again. After I saw that second figure standing at the bottom of the stairs, I kept the cam feed open on my phone, just watching. They didn't move the entire time, just stood there. Same spot, same posture. I watched until 4 in the morning, until my eyes started to blur, and the feed started feeling like a bad loop. Then I dozed off on the couch for maybe an hour. When I woke up, the feed showed an empty hallway. I checked the footage. From 1:19 to about 3:52, the figure doesn't move. Then the camera flickers, and the hallway's just empty. No footsteps, no door opening, just gone. It's like watching someone get erased. I should have left that morning, packed a bag, gotten a hotel, or gone to stay with someone I trust. But I didn't. I stayed. I told myself I needed more proof. I think deep down I wanted to see what would happen next, not out of bravery. Just that sick kind of curiosity that keeps you watching horror movies through your fingers. That night I didn't wait on the couch. I moved a chair into the hallway and sat there in front of the door, phone in hand, camera feed open, watching both in real time and live. The clock hit 1:19. Nothing happened for a second. Then my phone buzzed. No number. Just one word in the message. Hungry? I didn't reply. I stayed completely still. Then the hallway lights flickered, only for a second, just long enough to feel wrong. When they steadied, there was a bag on my welcome mat. I hadn't heard a knock. I hadn't heard footsteps. Just 1 second, nothing. Next second, food. I stared at it through the peephole. Same bag. Same size. I didn't open the door. Just sat there, watching it. Eventually I got up and turned the security feed back a minute or two. There was no delivery guy. No shadowy figure. No motion at all. Just a blank hall. And then the footage stuttered only for a frame, and the bag was there. Like it was always there. I opened the door, not all the way, just enough to reach out, grab the bag, and pull it inside. I put it on the table but didn't touch it. I didn't want to open it, didn't want to look inside and confirm it was the same meal. I already knew it was. Same weight, same smell, same slow, creeping nausea just from being near it. I went to bed around 5, door double locked. That morning, when I walked into the kitchen, the bag was gone. No sign of it. No dishes in the sink. No wrappers in the trash. Just gone. Like I'd imagined it. Except the camera feed showed me taking it inside. I checked the feed after that. Again and again. It always ended at the moment I took the bag in. Then the next frame would be a still hallway, nothing out of place. No gaps. No evidence of anything ever being inside. Later that day, I started noticing something else. People stopped responding to me. I called May, a friend I've had since college, straight to voicemail. Texted her, nothing. Tried 2 more people I hadn't spoken to in a while. Same. No one answering. I walked to the corner store just to interact with someone. The guy behind the counter didn't say a word, rang up my stuff in silence, no eye contact. Even when I said thank you, nothing. When I left the store, I glanced back through the glass door. He was staring at me now, not blinking, not moving, just staring. I haven't gone back since. That night, I stayed in the kitchen. I kept every light on, sat at the table with a notepad and pen, like writing something down would help me hold on to reality. At exactly 1:19, the lights flickered again. Just once. No knock. No footsteps. Then I heard the chair across from me slide out. I didn't look up. Didn't breathe. Didn't move. But I knew I wasn't alone. I stared at the table, and in the reflection of my cold glass of water, I saw a figure sitting across from me. Not the delivery guy. Not the one from the hallway. A third person, sitting in complete silence, head tilted slightly to the side, hands folded on the table like they'd been waiting patiently for something only I could give them. And the worst part? They looked like me. Not exactly. Not a perfect copy. More like someone had tried to recreate me from memory and gotten most of it right, but missed the details. The way my eyebrows sit, the angle of my jaw, the space between my fingers. Off, just enough to make your stomach turn. I didn't speak. I stood up slowly and backed out of the room. Didn't take my eyes off the reflection until I was out of view. I locked myself in the bathroom and waited for dawn again. When I came out, the kitchen was empty. Both chairs pushed in. The glass of water gone. That was 3 nights ago. I haven't sat at the table since. Haven't cooked. Haven't ordered anything. I don't know what happens if I do. But I'm starting to feel like I'm the one being served now. The first thing I did when I woke up that morning was check the fridge. Not because I was hungry. I haven't really been hungry in days, but because I needed to know if something had been moved, touched, rearranged. Everything looked the same. milk, leftover pasta, a bottle of hot sauce, a half-used stick of butter, nothing added, nothing missing, except the middle shelf. It was empty. I didn't remember clearing it out. I didn't throw anything away. I just noticed. And in the spot where I usually keep leftovers, there was a single white napkin, folded, clean, perfectly centered. I didn't touch it, just closed the fridge door and sat on the floor for a long time. I tried telling myself it was nothing. I even considered filming a video and sending it to May, like maybe if I could show her, someone else would believe this was real. But I already knew she wasn't going to answer. No one would. The calls don't go through anymore. The numbers ring, but they never connect. Like the space between me and everyone else has stretched too far to be bridged by a signal. I left the apartment around noon just to walk. Didn't go anywhere specific, just kept moving, block after block. Everything felt muted. The sky looked flat. The streets were quieter than they should have been. People were out walking dogs, pushing strollers, talking on phones, but it all felt like background noise. Like I was walking through a memory of a neighborhood, not the real thing. When I passed a small cafe, I caught my reflection in the window, and there was someone sitting behind me. I stopped, turned. There was no one there. But in the glass, still sitting, same chair, same angle, not moving, not watching, just existing in the same space, slightly out of sync. I crossed the street and didn't look back. That night, I didn't sit in the kitchen, didn't wait. I unplugged the hallway camera. Didn't want to see what would happen at 1:19. Didn't want the motion alert, but I still heard it. A soft sound, not the knock, not the microwave. Something else. A scraping, like someone dragging a chair across tile. I stayed in bed, stayed very still, and when I finally fell asleep, I dreamed of the table again. But this time, I was already sitting at it. Hands folded, body still, and someone else, a blur, a shape, not quite human, was eating across from me. Not the food I used to get, not takeout, but something that looked like memory, hard to describe, like it was chewing pieces of my face, my laugh, my voice. I woke up with a nosebleed and the taste of salt in my mouth. There were 2 coffee mugs in the sink. One was mine. The other, I didn't own it. Plain white ceramic, no logo, clean, but not familiar. I threw it away, even though part of me thought maybe I'd be punished for that. The next night, I boarded up the door. I know how that sounds. I used leftover plywood from the basement, hammered it into the frame from the inside, added screws and a bar across the middle. I didn't trust the keypad lock anymore, didn't trust anything. I also pushed my couch against it. Heavy, pointless, desperate. But it made me feel like I had some control again. That night, I stayed up with headphones in, music low, but enough to drown out every little sound. Nothing came. No knock. No bag. No scraping. Just stillness. It felt like I'd won. Until the morning. I went to the kitchen to make coffee. The chairs were pulled out. Both of them. Same angle. Same exact distance from the table. I hadn't touched them. And next to the coffee machine, there were 2 mugs. Again, both warm. Both full. I threw them both away. Spent the rest of the day trying to find somewhere else to go. A hotel, a room, even a friend of a friend, anyone. But nothing worked. Every address I searched brought me back to my own street. Every listing led to an error. Every attempt to type my name into a booking form, it would freeze, then crash, or erase itself. It's like my name isn't allowed anywhere else now. Like I've been assigned a seat. And if I get up, someone else will take it. Tonight, I unplugged everything. The lights, the fridge, the cameras, the stove. I'm sitting in the hallway now, typing this on a backup battery. There's a sound from the kitchen. A spoon tapping gently against a plate. Not fast. Not loud. Just enough. Just enough to let me know he's eating. Finally. I haven't left the apartment in 3 days. I think it knows when I try. The lights flicker when I get near the door. The hallway goes quiet, too quiet, like it's listening. I keep thinking about that sound, the spoon against the plate. Not hurried, not random. It was careful, measured, like it had been waiting a long time for that meal. I never saw what it was eating. I didn't go look. The kitchen is different now. It feels like a stage I'm not allowed to walk onto anymore. The air is heavier in there, not just colder, denser, like something is occupying space I can't see. On the second night, I got brave. I stood in the doorway and looked in. Just looked. Nothing seemed out of place. Chairs were pushed in, the counter was clean, no food left out, no wrappers, no dishes. Except one glass was upside down in the drying rack. That's not how I leave them. I don't know why that unsettled me so much, but it did. Something about the quiet decision of it, the neatness, like someone else was trying to blend in but didn't fully understand the rules. I turned away and didn't go back in. I've been sleeping in short bursts on the floor of my hallway, wrapped in a blanket facing the kitchen, watching the light under the door. Sometimes it dims, like someone's passing through. Sometimes it gets brighter for no reason. Last night it turned red. Only for a second. Like the filament in the bulb overheated, or something inside it was changing shape. I still haven't spoken, not out loud. I've been writing instead. This log, scribbles on notepads, the occasional word on the wall when I wake up and forget where I am. It's the only way I know I'm still me. I used to hear the building around me, neighbors upstairs moving furniture, a dog 2 doors down barking at nothing, someone's shower running too long. Now there's nothing. No movement. No voices. It's like I'm the only one left. Or the only one still pretending to be human. I tried to call the leasing office, just to hear a voice, maybe report something, anything. The number rang twice, then cut off. I called again, and this time I heard breathing on the other end. Not fast, not shallow, just steady, like someone was listening. I said hello. The breathing stopped. Then a familiar voice said, "You should eat." It was mine. Not distorted, not robotic. Just my own voice, coming from somewhere else. I hung up. Took the phone apart that night. Battery, SIM card, all of it. Put it in the trash outside my building. This morning, it was back on my counter, fully charged. Clean. New voicemail notification. I didn't check it. I smashed the phone with a hammer. Left the pieces in the sink. They're still there now, but I don't trust that they'll stay broken. I tried opening the front door again. It wouldn't budge. The bar I nailed in, gone. The boards, gone. No damage, no splinters, like they'd never been there. But the door won't open. Not even a crack. It's like the air on the other side has turned solid. Or maybe the idea of outside just doesn't exist anymore. Around 1 a.m, I heard the chair slide out again. Then another. 2 of them. Soft scrape, soft tap. Like a ritual beginning. Then came the sound of utensils. Fork, knife, napkin unfolding. No voices. No chewing. Just the rhythm of a meal being prepared. And then, stillness. I think they were waiting for me to come in. I didn't. I wrote instead. I want to say I'm scared, but it's past that now. It's something else. Like being underwater too long. Everything muffled. Everything slow. But in the quiet, there's one thing I keep thinking about. The first time it showed up the delivery, it knew what to bring. I never ordered that food. But it brought something I used to eat as a kid. Soup, egg rolls, rice. My dad used to get it when I was sick. I haven't had it in years. There's no reason anyone should know that. And I keep wondering if that's how it started. If it didn't come to feed on me, but to feed me, to offer something that would make me accept it. Let it in. And when I didn't, when I resisted, it started feeding anyway. On what I didn't use. The silence. The leftovers. The parts of myself I've been slowly peeling away. Sleep, trust, appetite, speech. I think it's been eating the space around me. Making room for itself. And now it's almost done. Tonight, I heard something new. A voice. But not from the kitchen. From the bathroom mirror. It said, "We saved you a seat." After the voice came through the mirror, I didn't move for a long time. I just sat in the hallway, back to the wall, watching the crack of light under the bathroom door. It hadn't spoken again. Just the one line, calm, inviting. "We saved you a seat." It was said like a friend would say it, a friend you hadn't seen in years, but who somehow knew when you'd be back. I didn't go in. I didn't answer. But I knew something had changed. Whatever this was, it didn't need to knock anymore. It had found a way inside, and now it was just waiting for me to realize the rest. that I was already at the table, that I'd been there for a while. The next morning, things were cleaner than I remembered leaving them. The sink was empty, the floor swept, my trash bin, which had been overflowing with paper and old wrappers, was gone. Not emptied, just gone. Like there was nothing left to throw away. Even the fridge was spotless. Empty. No milk, no butter, no napkin, just cold light and silence. And in the center of the middle shelf, where the napkin had been before, there was a plate. White, ceramic, plain. But it was warm to the touch, like something had been sitting there just moments before. I didn't speak. I didn't write. I just stood there, hand still on the fridge door, breathing like I didn't want the air to know I was using it. That night, I decided to stop resisting. I turned the kitchen light off, pushed both chairs out, sat at the table in the one facing the hallway, and waited. I don't know how long I sat there, an hour, maybe more. The apartment stayed silent. The air thickened. It wasn't fear anymore, just pressure, like the weight of all the quiet had built up so much it couldn't escape. Then I saw the second glass. It wasn't there before. Right across from me. Same size, same shape. Half full. Condensation rolling slowly down the side. I didn't touch it. I didn't need to. I understood. This was never about the food. It was about the act of eating, of being still, of participating in the silence with something else, of giving space to something that no longer had a voice of its own. And somewhere along the way, I'd stopped being a guest. I got up, walked to the bathroom. The mirror was uncovered now. I don't remember taking the cloth off, but it was gone. On the other side, my reflection wasn't quite right. Same face, same clothes. But the way it looked at me was different. Less like it was copying. More like it had finished studying. It smiled. Small, soft, not threatening. And I smiled back. Because I got it. I finally understood. This thing, whatever it is, doesn't want to hurt people. It just wants to join them. It wants routine. Company. Stillness. It finds the ones already living in silence, the ones who eat alone and talk less and fade quietly into empty rooms. And it fills the space they leave behind. Not all at once, but slowly, meal by meal, name by name, until they don't notice the difference anymore. Until it's not eating with you, it's eating as you. And once it has your voice, your seat, your habits, it doesn't need the rest. You can leave, because you already have. That night, I did eat something. First time in over a week. Nothing fancy. Just rice. No seasoning. No heat. It was already warm. Already there. I don't remember chewing. Just placing the spoon down when I was finished. And then, across from me, the second chair creaked. And someone, maybe him, maybe me, set their spoon down too. perfectly in sync. I didn't speak, didn't look up, just nodded once. That was enough. After that, the visits stopped. No more food showing up, no more tapping, no more voices. The mirror returned to normal. The fridge stayed clean, and the table was always set for one. But I kept the second chair pulled out, just in case. Sometimes I still sit there after midnight, letting the quiet stretch. Not out of fear anymore. Out of respect for whatever shared those meals with me, for whatever kept me company when no one else did. They never took anything I wasn't already giving up, and they never asked for more than I could offer. So if someone knocks at your door at 1:19 and hands you a meal you didn't ask for, don't panic. Don't run. Just eat quietly. And listen. You're not alone anymore. My name's Elise, and even now, looking back on it, I can't tell you exactly what happened at that birthday party. Trust me, I've tried. I've rolled it around in my head 100 different ways, trying to make sense of something that just won't click into place. I don't expect anyone to believe me, not fully anyway, but I'm going to put it all out here, step by step, and maybe by the end I'll find some explanation that makes sense. Maybe I won't, probably not. This all started on my daughter Ava's 8th birthday. Ava's not the kind of kid who makes a fuss about birthdays. She's shy, careful, always thinking before she speaks. When she asked for a big party, something we'd never really done before, I thought maybe it was her way of stepping out of her shell, of telling me she was finally ready to open up a bit more. How could I say no to that? We went all out, streamers, balloons, glittering pink and gold everywhere. Ava had picked a unicorn theme, and I'd stayed up half the night before decorating cupcakes, hanging banners, and setting up games in the backyard. We invited every kid from her class. 17 children, plus Ava. I figured some wouldn't show, but they all did. That should have made me happy. But then, around halfway through the party, a man I'd never seen before walked through the front gate into the yard, holding the hand of a little girl. At first glance, he seemed perfectly ordinary tall, neatly dressed in a polo shirt and khakis, the kind of guy who could blend in anywhere. But something felt off. Not dangerous exactly, just out of place. I know every parent from Ava's class by face, if not by name. I didn't know him. I didn't know her. He smiled politely, almost apologetically, as he approached. "Hey, I'm so sorry we're late," he said. His voice was soft, neutral. "She's from another section of the school. Hope you don't mind her joining." I paused, looking down at the girl. She had dark hair, pale skin, and eyes so deep set I couldn't tell if they were brown or black. She didn't smile. She didn't even seem nervous. She just stood there, holding the man's hand loosely, staring directly past me. "What's your name, sweetheart?" I asked. She looked up at the man briefly, as if waiting for permission. He squeezed her hand and nodded, but she still didn't speak. "She's shy," he said, smoothly stepping in. "First party in a while." Something inside me hesitated. Something told me to ask more questions, to press further. But behind me, the children were laughing, and music was playing, and the day felt too bright, too ordinary for me to make a scene. I didn't want to embarrass her, or Ava. So I nodded. Of course, she's welcome. There's cake and games. The man smiled again, gentle, detached. Perfect. I'll be back for her after the party. Thanks so much. And then he was gone, back out the gate and down the driveway. I watched him leave, feeling oddly unsettled, but forcing it aside. When I turned around, the girl had already walked away, drifting silently towards the others. She never joined in the games, didn't eat cake, didn't even speak, really, just hovered quietly near Ava. Once, when they sat together on the edge of the trampoline, I noticed Ava leaning toward her, whispering something. The girl didn't move, didn't even seem to blink as she listened. Ava giggled nervously, looked at me, and then quickly looked away again. I let it go. Later, as parents arrived to pick up their kids, the yard began to empty out. I started tidying up, collecting paper plates and half-empty cups. Ava wandered over, tugging at my shirt. "Mom, where's the girl?" I glanced around. She wasn't there. I assumed her dad had picked her up quietly, slipping back out as unnoticed as he'd arrived. I guess she left, sweetie. Ava's face scrunched up, looking puzzled. She didn't even say bye. We went inside, exhausted, ready to collapse into bed after a long, chaotic day. As I tucked Ava in, she pulled me close. Her eyes looked strange, too wide, too serious. "Mom," she whispered. "She said something weird." I leaned in closer. "Who, Ava?" "The girl. She asked if she could come back when I'm alone next time." A cold ripple went through me, sudden and sharp. I tried to keep my voice calm. "Did she say why?" Ava shook her head, burrowing deeper into her blankets. She said it quietly, like a secret. She told me not to tell, but I got scared. I kissed her forehead, smoothing her hair back gently. "It's okay, baby. You don't have to worry about it. She probably just wants to play again." But even as I said it, I didn't believe myself. I stayed by Ava's bed long after she fell asleep, watching her breathe, feeling a tightness in my chest I couldn't explain. Later that night, I checked the security camera footage. We have a small camera by the front door installed years ago, after some mail got stolen. I hadn't thought about it all day, too busy with everything else. But now I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't right. I rewound the footage, scanning quickly until I found the exact moment before guests arrived. And there she was, standing perfectly still at the end of the driveway. Alone, no car, no parent. Just her, tiny and motionless, her eyes fixed blankly ahead. She didn't fidget, didn't pace, didn't even shift her weight from foot to foot. She stood there for 10 straight minutes, frozen, like she was waiting for some signal I couldn't see. When Ava woke up the next morning, the first thing she said was, "My doll is gone." We searched everywhere, under the bed, in the closet, behind the couch, nothing. But on Ava's nightstand, exactly where she'd left the doll, there was something else, a small folded piece of paper. My hands shook as I opened it, reading the neat, childlike handwriting. "I had fun. My name's Elise, and as I write this down, trying to figure out exactly where things went wrong, exactly who that little girl was, I still don't have answers. Just questions, endless questions. But one thing I know for certain: she was never invited. She never left the way she came in. And whoever or whatever she was, I have the horrible feeling that she's not done yet. The days after Ava's party weren't right. Not dramatically wrong, not police cars and neighbors whispering at the mailbox kind of wrong, just quietly off. Like when you wake up and the house feels empty, even though you know someone's home. Like when the radio slips between stations and you hear two songs overlapping, never fully catching either. Ava wasn't sleeping well. She didn't tell me directly, but I could see it, the heaviness under her eyes, the way she rubbed at her wrists distractedly when she thought I wasn't looking. Normally, Ava was bright in the mornings, chatty over breakfast and fussy about her toast crusts. But suddenly she became withdrawn, picking silently at her cereal, stirring loops and stars in circles until they turned soggy. At first I chalked it up to the aftermath of the party. Maybe it had overwhelmed her, I thought, or maybe the strange little girl had unsettled her more than she'd let on. But it didn't fade the way things usually do for kids. Instead, it hung around this strange mood, thick and quiet, clouding over her like a shadow. I tried talking about it once, gently, as we brushed our teeth together one night. Ava looked up into the mirror, mouth half full of foam, and just shook her head. She spit carefully into the sink, wiped her mouth, and climbed into bed without another word. Her silence spoke louder than anything else. Then the doll showed up again. It was a Thursday afternoon, nearly a week since the party. I'd just gotten home from picking Ava up at school. She'd gone straight to her room, like she had every day that week, door closed tight behind her. It broke my heart to see her withdrawing into herself again, but I decided to give her some space, to trust she'd talk when she was ready. I was unpacking groceries when I heard her bedroom door slam open, then footsteps pounding down the stairs. She burst into the kitchen, pale and breathless, her eyes wide with panic. "It's back, Mom," she said, voice shaking. "My doll. She put it back." I stopped mid-motion, still clutching a half-empty milk carton. "Who put it back, Ava?" Her lower lip trembled slightly. "I don't know, but it's sitting right in the middle of my bed." I set the milk down and took her hand, forcing myself to breathe slowly. "Let's go see." Her room felt smaller somehow, colder too, despite the afternoon sun filtering through the curtains. And Ava was right. Her doll, the missing one, was sitting upright on the bedspread, placed with careful precision, legs crossed, hands neatly folded in its lap. "Maybe you forgot you found it," I said softly, not believing my own words. Ava shot me a look, almost angry. I backed down immediately. "Sorry, I know you didn't." Ava wouldn't step into the room, hanging back at the doorway, as if the doll itself might jump out at her. "She did it, Mom. She said she would." I felt that cold feeling again, the one that had settled in my stomach since the party. "When did she say that, Ava?" "At the party." Ava swallowed hard. "When we were alone, she said she liked my dolls and she wanted one. I didn't say yes. I didn't say anything." "Did she take it that day?" Ava shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. Maybe." She kept looking at it, though, like she was deciding something. I walked over to the bed, carefully lifting the doll. It felt normal, soft cloth body, plastic head slightly dented from years of play. But there was a scent on it, something faint and unfamiliar. Not perfume, not dirt, something sharper, like rust or stale water. That night, after Ava finally drifted into a restless sleep, I checked the security footage again. There was nothing unusual at first, just the normal blur of activity. Ava and me leaving, returning, mail delivery, passing cars. But at exactly 3:32 p.m., about an hour before we got home, the camera flickered. Static ran across the image, gray bars pulsing and distorting the picture for exactly 6 seconds. Then, just as suddenly, it cleared again, and the front porch was empty. I replayed it 3 times, each time feeling my throat tighten a little more. It wasn't proof of anything, not exactly, but it wasn't right either. I couldn't shake the feeling that the little girl or whoever had brought her had come back. Over the next few days, I caught Ava talking quietly to herself, not like a normal kid inventing stories, but low, urgent whispers, like she was trying to convince someone of something. Whenever I stepped closer, she stopped immediately, her small face turning carefully blank. She started drawing too. Ava had always loved to draw, but now her sketches took on an eerie repetition, page after page of stick figures standing perfectly still, hands clasped in front, eyes wide and empty. Always drawn the same way, always one slightly apart from the others. "Who's this, honey?" I asked one night, pointing to the lone figure. Ava looked at the page briefly, her eyes flat. "You know who it is." She didn't say more. She didn't have to. I began waking up in the middle of the night, certain I'd heard footsteps in the hallway. But whenever I checked, the house stood silent and empty, Ava fast asleep, curled tightly beneath her covers. One night I stayed up, sitting quietly in my room with the door cracked open, waiting. For hours, nothing happened, just the ticking of the hallway clock and the faint hum of the fridge downstairs. Then, just past 2 in the morning, Ava's bedroom door creaked slowly open. I held my breath, watching as she stepped into the hallway, walking slowly and deliberately toward the stairs. Her movements were stiff, oddly mechanical, as though she wasn't fully awake or in control of herself. "Ava," I whispered. She didn't respond, didn't pause, just kept moving steadily, down the stairs, her small silhouette swallowed by the darkness below. I followed quietly, my heart pounding as I reached the bottom step. Ava stood by the front door, facing it, her small hand pressed gently against the wood, head tilted slightly as though listening to someone I couldn't see. "Honey," I said, my voice trembling slightly, "who's there?" Ava didn't turn around, but her voice was clear when she answered. "She says she had fun. She wants to play again." The door handle rattled gently beneath her fingertips, like something outside was testing it. My breath caught sharply. My whole body went rigid as I stepped forward, pulling Ava gently back. "Come on, sweetheart," I whispered, forcing calmness into my voice. "Come upstairs with Mommy." But as I pulled her away, I felt at the door rattling softly again, persistent but patient. Whoever was outside wasn't ready to leave just yet. Neither was Ava. The next morning, everything felt off kilter. The house looked the same, but it felt different, like waking up in a hotel room that's identical to yours, except you know something isn't quite right. After the night I'd had, I couldn't stop watching Ava, trying to decide if she seemed okay. She ate her cereal quietly, kept her eyes lowered, avoided my attempts at small talk, and carefully scooted her spoon around until the cereal turned to mush. When she finally spoke, her voice was small and hesitant. "Mom?" "Yes, sweetie?" She paused, not looking up. "Am I in trouble?" I leaned closer, trying not to let her see how shaky I felt. "No, Ava. Why would you think that?" She stirred her cereal again, eyes flicking briefly toward me, then away. "You looked scared last night. You never look scared." I wasn't scared. I lied, brushing her hair gently from her face. "I just didn't understand what was happening. Were you sleepwalking?" She shrugged lightly, uncertain. "I don't know. I don't remember going downstairs." "You said someone was at the door," I pressed softly. "Do you remember who?" She hesitated, then shook her head quickly, as if shaking away a thought she didn't want. "No, nobody." I didn't push it further. Not yet. She was already retreating into herself, pulling back from something she couldn't or wouldn't explain. After breakfast, I walked her to school, watched until she disappeared inside, then made a quick stop at the hardware store. I bought a new set of deadbolts and a security bar for the sliding glass door. When I got home, I installed them immediately, fingers shaking a little, feeling irrational and paranoid, but also completely justified. Later that afternoon, I called my friend Lisa. She had a daughter in Ava's class and had been at the party. Lisa was reliable, matter of fact, the kind of person who saw through everything. I trusted her judgment, and honestly, I needed someone else to tell me if I was going crazy. Lisa answered on the third ring. "Hey, Elise, everything okay?" I took a breath, steadied myself. "Sort of. Listen, the party last weekend, you remember that girl who showed up with her dad?" There was a pause on her end. "Which girl?" My stomach dropped slightly. "The one nobody recognized. Dark hair, quiet, showed up late." Another pause, longer this time. Then Lisa spoke slowly, like choosing each word carefully. "Elise, honey, I don't know who you're talking about. There weren't any unfamiliar kids. I stayed the whole party." My throat tightened. "No, Lisa, there was a girl. Her father dropped her off. You have to remember." "Elise," she said gently, "are you feeling okay? I mean, it was chaotic with so many kids, but I swear I didn't see anyone like that." We exchanged a few more awkward pleasantries and hung up. I stood in the kitchen for a long time afterward, gripping my phone too tightly, heart racing. I knew what I'd seen, who I'd seen. The child had been there, clear as daylight, but somehow no one else remembered her at all. Later that evening, after Ava was safely in bed, I watched the security footage again. This time, I paid closer attention, rewinding slowly through the hours before and after the party, looking for anything unusual, any small detail I'd overlooked. But every frame looked exactly the same, exactly how I remembered. Except for one thing. When the camera flickered again, I paused and leaned closer. I moved through it frame by frame, and just as the static cleared, in the corner of the footage something shifted slightly at the edge of the porch. At first glance, it looked like nothing, a shadow maybe, or a leaf blowing past. But when I replayed it slowly, I saw clearly what it was. A small, pale hand reaching briefly into frame, like it was touching the railing. My breathing quickened. I played the footage again and again. The more I watched it, the more certain I was. It was a child's hand, reaching, testing, then pulling away, never fully stepping into view. I shut the laptop abruptly, heart pounding. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, Ava stayed home. She complained of a headache and a stomach ache, and I didn't question it. She stayed in bed, quiet, withdrawn, coloring those same strange drawings, row after row of silent figures, eyes empty and staring straight ahead. I called the school, told them Ava was sick, and then spent the morning pacing, checking the locks repeatedly, feeling trapped inside my own home. I considered going somewhere else, a hotel, my sister's place out of state, but something inside me resisted. Running felt like admitting I was scared, and admitting I was scared felt like giving whatever this was more power. Around noon, Ava wandered downstairs quietly, clutching her sketch pad tightly to her chest. She stood in the kitchen doorway, hesitant, shifting from one foot to the other. "Mom?" I set down my coffee, forcing a calm smile. "Yeah, honey? Do you think she's coming back?" I swallowed, throat dry. "Who?" "You know who," she whispered. Her voice was almost pleading. "The girl, the one who took my doll." My hands felt cold. "I don't know, Ava, but she can't get in. I made sure." She stared at me, eyes wide, solemn, too knowing for her age. Locks won't stop her. Something in her tone sent a chill through me, deeper than anything before. "Why would you say that?" Ava hesitated, then placed her sketch pad carefully on the kitchen table, flipping it open to a page near the back. The drawing was darker this time, more detailed. It showed our house, sketched roughly in pencil, but standing at the edge of the yard was a small figure. She'd drawn her with dark hair, black eyes staring directly forward. Her feet hovered slightly above the ground. Underneath, Ava had written 3 words in shaky letters. "She's already here." "Ava," I whispered, "what does this mean?" She shook her head, eyes watery. "I don't know. I didn't mean to draw that." I knelt down, pulling her close. "It's okay, sweetheart. It's going to be okay." But even as I held her, even as I spoke comforting words, I barely believed myself. I glanced at the drawing again. That small, silent figure floating above the ground, staring at us from the page. That afternoon, I called Lisa again, asked if Ava could stay at her house overnight. I didn't explain fully, but Lisa agreed immediately, sensing my desperation. I packed Ava's overnight bag carefully, kissed her forehead, and watched Lisa drive her away. Then I sat in the empty house, alone, watching shadows lengthen along the walls, listening carefully to every sound, and waiting for whatever was already there. After Lisa drove away with Ava, the house suddenly felt emptier than I ever remembered it. Not quiet exactly, I could still hear the fridge humming, the soft creak of old floorboards, the distant ticking of the hallway clock, but hollow, like it was holding its breath along with me, waiting for something to happen. I spent the first hour just pacing. The rooms felt different now, bigger somehow, colder. I kept glancing at Ava's drawings, scattered across the table, reminding myself that I'd made the right choice sending her away, even if I still couldn't explain why. As the evening dragged on, I cleaned the kitchen 3 separate times, reorganized the bookshelf, then went upstairs to change Ava's sheets. It was mindless work, something to keep my hands busy and my thoughts quiet, even though it didn't really help. Eventually, I sat down on the edge of her bed, running my hands over the pink cotton sheets, feeling oddly guilty, like I'd let her down somehow, even though I knew that didn't make sense. Just after 10, Lisa called to tell me Ava had fallen asleep watching a movie. "She's okay," Lisa said gently. "You sound like you needed to hear that." "I did," I admitted quietly. "Thanks." "You sure you're all right, Elise?" I hesitated. "Not really, but it's not something I can explain." Lisa paused. "You can try." But I couldn't, not without sounding insane. "Maybe later," I finally said, and ended the call. By 11:30, the house felt unbearably still. I stood in the kitchen, considering making tea, then decided it was pointless and just headed upstairs instead. Every sound felt louder as I climbed the stairs, the floorboards creaking sharply, the faint scrape of branches against the window. At the top, I hesitated, listening hard. The house had settled into complete silence now, and it felt heavy, oppressive, like the air itself was thickening. I walked slowly toward Ava's room again, pulled by a vague but insistent feeling. The door was open just slightly, exactly how I'd left it, but something about that narrow gap felt wrong, like a breath held too long. I pushed the door wider, stepping carefully inside. The first thing I noticed was the chill. The air felt damp, heavier than it should have, almost stale, as if someone had left a window open after a storm. I moved to the window quickly, double-checking the lock, but it was secure. Turning back to the room, I noticed something else immediately. Ava's doll, the one that had vanished and returned, was no longer on her bed where I'd left it. Instead, it sat upright in the small rocking chair in the corner, angled slightly toward me. Its plastic eyes stared blankly forward, empty and glassy, reflecting the dim moonlight from the window. My chest tightened. Slowly, forcing myself to stay calm, I approached the doll. As I picked it up, it felt oddly heavy, denser, colder somehow. Without thinking, I flipped it over, turning it in my hands. That's when I saw it. On the doll's back, barely visible in the dimness, were 3 faint scratches, thin, parallel lines, like they'd been carved delicately with something sharp. They weren't random. They looked deliberate, purposeful. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at them for a long moment, trying desperately to convince myself they were meaningless. A child's careless play, but something deep inside me knew better. I set the doll down carefully, fighting back a wave of panic, and stepped away. I didn't want to stay in that room any longer, but I also didn't want to leave it unwatched. So I found myself retreating just enough to sit in the hallway, my back against the wall, eyes never fully leaving Ava's door. I wasn't sure exactly what I expected to see, but I knew I couldn't sleep. The hours stretched endlessly, slipping past midnight, then 1, then 2, the house stubbornly quiet, until I finally began drifting into a restless, half-awake state. Not quite sleeping, not quite awake, caught somewhere between exhaustion and hyper-awareness. That's when I heard it. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct, a soft rustling sound, coming from somewhere downstairs, like fabric brushing against furniture. Instantly awake, my heart started hammering. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound continued, steady, deliberate, rhythmic. Slowly, I rose to my feet, and moved toward the stairs. Each step felt shaky beneath me, like walking on ice that could crack at any moment. The rustling grew clearer as I reached the bottom step. It was coming from the living room. As I rounded the corner, I froze. The television, which I'd left off all evening, was on, muted, casting shifting colors across the walls. But it wasn't the TV that held my attention. Sitting in the center of the couch was Ava's doll. Upright, arms neatly positioned, facing the blank screen. I felt a sharp spike of fear, but before I could move, the doll shifted slightly. It didn't fall, it didn't topple, it moved as if adjusting itself. Then the screen flickered abruptly, static hissing softly through the silence. I took a half step forward, pulse racing, ready to snatch the doll and throw it outside or burn it, anything but suddenly the static cut out completely, replaced by a steady, high-pitched ringing. And then, very softly, from behind me, I heard Ava's voice. "Mommy?" I whipped around, heart nearly stopping, but the room behind me was empty. No Ava, just shadows, empty chairs, and silence. I rushed through the house, checking every room, every door, every lock. Ava wasn't there. Of course she wasn't. She was safely at Lisa's, miles away. But I had heard her voice clearly, unmistakably, calling to me. Shaking badly, I called Lisa immediately. She answered on the first ring, sleep thick in her voice. "Elise, it's almost 3. What's wrong?" "Lisa, is Ava okay? Please check her." I heard movement, then Lisa murmured softly, "She's right here, Elise. She's asleep. She's fine." I exhaled sharply, relief and confusion mingling painfully. "Thank God. Sorry, Lisa. I must have dreamed something." "Go to sleep," Lisa said gently. "Ava's fine. You're exhausted." After hanging up, I stood in the darkened living room, watching the doll again. It was motionless now, lifeless plastic and cloth once more, its eyes reflecting nothing. But just before I turned away, I saw something else, something subtle enough that I nearly missed it entirely. Its head tilted slightly, just a fraction toward the window, toward something outside. Slowly, I moved to the window, peering into the dark yard beyond. There, just beyond the porch railing, standing silently in the moonlight, was the little girl from the party. She stood perfectly still, her eyes dark and unblinking, looking directly at me. And behind her, just beyond the light, a taller shadow waited, watching quietly, patiently. They had come back. And this time, Ava wasn't here to distract them. This time they had come for me. I stood frozen at the window, barely breathing, heart racing so hard I could feel it in my throat. The girl stood perfectly still, hands loose at her sides, staring directly at me through the glass. Behind her, the taller figure, just a shadowy outline, waited patiently, half hidden in darkness. They didn't move. Neither did I. We just watched each other silently, caught in a tense, fragile moment. I had no idea how long we stayed like that, a minute, 5 minutes, but finally, the taller figure shifted slightly, melting back into the shadows. Then the girl turned slowly, calmly, and began to walk away. I watched her retreat until the darkness swallowed her completely. Then I sank onto the couch, trembling. My mind scrambled desperately, trying to piece together what had just happened, why it had happened, And who or what was behind this? I'd never believed in ghosts or demons, never given much thought to anything supernatural, but now the calm certainty I'd always felt about reality had cracked. Something had come to my house, something not quite right, something that wanted Ava. Or wanted me. I didn't sleep again that night, couldn't even consider it. Instead, I sat rigid on the couch, clutching Ava's doll, now limp and cold again, half expecting to see it move, half convinced I'd finally lost my mind completely. By morning, the house felt drained, as if something had finally let go. Sunlight spilled weakly through the blinds, making the shadows retreat, and for a few minutes, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Almost. Then Lisa texted me, asking if Ava was staying another night. I stared at the message, trying to decide how to reply. My first instinct was to bring Ava home, keep her close, never let her out of my sight again. But another part of me, deep, primal, protective, insisted that Ava was safer away from whatever was happening here. I told Lisa to keep her one more night. Then I called my mom. My mom has always been practical, never superstitious, always steady. She listened without interrupting as I poured everything out. The party, the girl, the drawings, Ava's sleepwalking, the doll moving, and the figures outside. When I finished, there was a long silence. "Elise," she finally said, her voice carefully neutral, "have you considered calling the police?" "To say what, Mom? That a doll moved by itself? That a child nobody else remembers showed up at Ava's birthday party?" My voice cracked slightly. "They'll think I'm crazy." She sighed gently. "I believe you, Elise. I don't understand it, but I believe you. Maybe it's time you came home for a bit, both you and Ava." Part of me wanted to say yes, immediately, to pack our things and leave everything behind. But the other part, stubborn, frightened, determined, resisted. Leaving felt too much like giving in, admitting that whatever this was had beaten me. "I'll think about it," I promised quietly, then ended the call. As the afternoon wore on, I cleaned obsessively. It wasn't logical, but it helped, gave me something to control, something concrete to focus on. Every window, every door frame, every inch of Ava's room got scrubbed until my knuckles hurt and the scent of bleach filled the house. When the sun began to set, anxiety coiled tighter in my stomach. The idea of spending another night alone was unbearable, but bringing Ava back here felt reckless. I found myself trapped between two impossible choices. Eventually, the need to see Ava overpowered my fear. I texted Lisa, thanked her again, and said I'd come by in the morning to pick her up. Then, with nothing left to do but wait, I turned every light in the house on, curled up on the couch, and stared blankly at the TV. I must have dozed off, because the sudden knocking startled me awake. For a split second I thought maybe Lisa had brought Ava home early, but when I looked at the clock, it was past midnight. Heart pounding, I slowly approached the front door, peering cautiously through the peephole. Nobody there. I waited, ears straining. The house remained silent. Then the knock came again, not from the front door this time, but from the back, softer and steadier, almost rhythmic. I moved quietly toward the kitchen, pulse hammering in my ears, breathing shallow and quick. Through the kitchen window, I could just make out a shadowy outline standing on the back porch. too small for an adult, motionless in the pale glow from the porch light. My chest tightened painfully. "Who's there?" I called, voice shaking slightly. No response, just the soft, patient knocking again. I stood there, paralyzed, torn between opening the door and running away. After several agonizing seconds, the knocking stopped abruptly. The shadow stepped backward slowly, calmly, until it disappeared beyond the reach of the porch light. For a moment, nothing moved. Then I felt something behind me, a faint rustle, a whisper of air. My heart nearly stopped as I spun around. Ava's doll was sitting on the kitchen table now, facing the window. I felt dizzy, disoriented, like reality was slipping away. Grabbing the doll roughly, I marched straight to the trash can, shoved it inside, and slammed the lid shut, breathing heavily. Just as I stepped back, the porch light flickered once, twice, then went dark completely. The house plunged into sudden, suffocating darkness. My breath caught painfully. I stumbled backward, feeling blindly for my phone, but before I could reach it, I heard footsteps, small, careful footsteps moving slowly toward the back door. And then, very quietly, the back door handle rattled again, gently testing the lock. I held my breath, frozen in place, praying the locks would hold. Then, from just outside the door, I heard a voice. A child's voice, soft, calm, and eerily familiar. "Can I come in now?" I recognized it instantly, the little girl from Ava's party. "No," I whispered, barely able to speak. "Please, just leave." A pause, then she spoke again, closer this time, almost against the glass. "But she invited me." My body shook violently. No, she didn't. You have to go." For a moment, there was silence, long and heavy. Then, in a softer, stranger tone, the girl replied, "She will, though, soon." I waited, frozen, but no more sounds came. Eventually, I forced myself to move, stumbling to the phone, calling Lisa again in a panic. Lisa answered, sleepy and confused, but quickly sensed my terror. "Ava's right here, Elise," she reassured me. "She's sleeping. Nothing's happened here." "Please don't let her out of your sight," I pleaded. "Just please." "I won't," Lisa promised. "I'm right here." After hanging up, I sank to the kitchen floor, sobbing softly, shaking uncontrollably. I knew now, with terrifying certainty, that whatever this thing was, whatever it wanted, it wasn't done. Not with Ava. And not with me. By dawn, I knew exactly what I had to do. The sun rose slow and pale, its weak light chasing the shadows away, inch by careful inch. It didn't calm me, exactly, but it gave me just enough clarity to finally make a decision. I had tried ignoring it, tried rationalizing it, tried running from it. None of that had worked. So now I was going to face it head on. After making sure Ava was safe still with Lisa, who agreed without hesitation to keep her as long as necessary, I spent the morning going through the house methodically, looking for anything out of place. Anything strange or left behind. The doll stayed in the trash, unmoving now, just another piece of unwanted garbage, though I half expected it to turn up again somewhere else. It didn't. I searched every corner, every closet, every drawer. I felt ridiculous, paranoid, driven by something I still couldn't fully name or understand, but I had to try. By late morning, the house felt stripped bare, emptied of secrets. I stood in the middle of Ava's room one last time, looking around at all the familiar things, her stuffed animals lined neatly on shelves, her books carefully stacked, and her drawings, the unsettling ones, still scattered across her desk. Then my eyes fell on something tucked between the mattress and the bed frame, something small, pale, nearly invisible. My heart skipped painfully as I reached slowly toward it, fingertips brushing against the thin edge of paper. Carefully, I pulled it out. It was another note, folded neatly just like before. My hand shook slightly as I opened it, revealing handwriting that matched the first note Ava had found. She said yes. My stomach twisted, sick and tight. I felt like screaming, like collapsing, like breaking down entirely, but instead, I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my pocket, feeling oddly calm now. Whatever was happening, whatever this girl or thing was, it had chosen us for a reason, and I was determined to find out why. That afternoon, I drove straight to Ava's school, asked quietly if I could speak privately to Mrs. Carter, Ava's teacher. She took one look at my face and immediately led me into a small office down the hall, closing the door gently behind us. "Elise," she began softly, "is everything okay? Ava hasn't seemed herself lately." "I know," I said, voice strained. "Have you ever seen Ava with a girl from another class, dark-haired, quiet, someone nobody seems to recognize?" Mrs. Carter paused, brow furrowed, thinking carefully. "I don't think so, no. Ava mostly keeps to herself. She's been even quieter than usual since the party, actually." "Do you remember her talking about anyone new?" I asked, desperate now. "Anyone at all? Someone she might have invited privately?" She shook her head slowly. "I'm sorry, Elise. I haven't noticed anything like that. Ava hasn't mentioned anyone." Defeated, I thanked her and left, feeling emptier than ever. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, fighting the urge to cry, to scream in frustration. But as the minutes ticked by, something slowly crystallized in my mind. It didn't matter where the girl came from or why nobody remembered her. She was real enough for us. And now, Ava had unknowingly invited her in. That night, I brought Ava home. Lisa tried to convince us to stay longer, but I felt strongly that we couldn't avoid this forever. Ava held my hand tightly as we stepped inside, her eyes nervously scanning every corner, as if she expected something to leap out at us from the shadows. The house was silent, though, almost unnaturally so. I cooked dinner quietly, Ava barely touching her food. When bedtime came, I sat beside her on the bed, gently brushing her hair away from her face. She looked up at me solemnly, her eyes too serious for an 8-year-old. "Mom," she said softly, "she's going to come back tonight. I know it." I took a slow breath, steadied my voice. "I know, sweetie." Ava stared at me, surprised. "You do?" "Yes," I said calmly, squeezing her hand. "And when she does, I'm going to talk to her. You don't have to worry anymore." She hesitated, eyes wide with worry. "But she wants me, Mom." "She can't have you," I whispered, kissing her forehead. "I promise." She fell asleep eventually, exhausted by fear and worry, curled tightly beneath the blankets. I sat beside her bed in the dark, listening closely to every creak, every whisper of the house settling around us, waiting. It was nearly 2 in the morning when the knocking came again, soft but unmistakable, this time at Ava's bedroom window. My heart leapt into my throat, but I forced myself to stand calmly, crossing to the window slowly. And there she was, standing perfectly still in the moonlight, dark eyes staring directly into mine. I opened the window slowly, just a few inches, my voice trembling slightly. "What do you want?" She tilted her head gently, considering me, her expression flat and empty. "To play," she finally said softly. "You can't," I whispered firmly. "Not here. Not with Ava. You need to leave." She shook her head slightly, almost sadly. "I can't. She already said yes." "No," I insisted, heart pounding. "I'm her mother. She didn't understand what she was agreeing to. It doesn't count." The girl stepped closer, face pressed near the glass, but she meant it. "Please," I whispered, desperate, "just leave her alone." She paused again, long enough for my pulse to hammer painfully in my chest. Then she spoke quietly, almost thoughtfully. "I could take something else instead." I froze. "What do you mean?" She met my gaze steadily. "You could say yes instead. That's fair." My stomach clenched violently, but as I glanced back toward Ava's bed, peaceful in sleep, untouched for now, I knew instantly there was no choice, not really. "Yes," I whispered, voice breaking slightly. "If you leave Ava alone, I'll say yes." For the first time she smiled gently, softly, as if relieved. Then, without another word, she stepped away from the window and disappeared into the darkness. Immediately, the room felt lighter, clearer somehow. When I turned around, Ava stirred slightly, eyes opening halfway. "Mommy?" "Go back to sleep, sweetheart," I whispered, leaning over and kissing her gently. She sighed softly, turning back over, instantly peaceful again. I sat quietly beside her bed until dawn finally broke, bright and clear, washing the shadows fully away. After that night, everything changed. Ava began sleeping soundly again, her eyes brighter, her laughter returning slowly. The house felt normal again, safe, warm, like a nightmare finally lifted. But I knew better. Because from that night on, whenever I'm alone, I feel it, the quiet, watchful presence somewhere nearby, waiting patiently. Ava never mentions her again, as if the girl never existed. But I remember. And I understand now. Because whatever that girl was, she kept her promise. She left Ava alone. And now, every night, when the house settles quietly into sleep, I wait calmly, patiently, for the soft knocking to come again. Because she wasn't finished. Not with Ava, and certainly not with me. She's simply waiting, and I've already said yes. My name's Caitlin, and what I'm about to share still doesn't make sense to me. It's the kind of thing you read online and dismiss as paranoia, or a trick of an overactive imagination. I would have thought the same thing too, honestly. But this isn't a ghost story, not exactly, or even something I can easily explain away as anxiety or stress. I'm writing it down because I need it to exist outside my head, because maybe, if I get it out clearly enough, I'll finally understand what happened in that apartment. I moved into the top floor unit of a small, slightly run-down apartment building on the edge of town. It was cheap, decent enough, and quiet, everything I was looking for after a messy breakup and a year spent sleeping on friends' couches. The landlord, Mr. Hartley, was an older guy, gruff but friendly enough, the kind who mumbled to himself while fixing things and kept his glasses on a string around his neck. He handed me the keys with a distracted smile, told me the unit was all mine, and warned me the hallway lights flickered sometimes. "The wiring's old," he shrugged, "but it's quiet up here. No one else on your floor." I liked the sound of that. After months of couch surfing, the idea of a quiet, private space was exactly what I needed. It wasn't anything special, a small living room, kitchenette, bedroom, bathroom, and a closet barely big enough for my clothes, but it was mine. I unpacked that afternoon, boxes stacked around me, music playing quietly on my phone. I felt comfortable there at first. But that first night, something changed. I woke around 3 in the morning, disoriented, listening to someone moving quietly behind the wall, the one my bedroom shared with the neighboring apartment. At first, I thought it might be pipes, old buildings creaking, the usual noises you rationalize when you're half asleep. But the longer I listened, the clearer it became. Footsteps, soft pacing, deliberate and rhythmic, like someone walking slowly from one side of the room to the other, then pausing, then pacing again. My chest tightened slightly. It wasn't frightening exactly, just unsettling. Mr. Hartley had specifically told me no one else lived up here, but maybe I'd misunderstood. Maybe he'd meant no one else on my side of the hall. That had to be it. I tried to ignore it, to drift back into sleep, but the pacing continued, soft and persistent, mixed with something else now, a quiet, gentle humming. A woman's voice, faint and melodic, like a lullaby, hummed absently to pass the time. It wasn't unpleasant, but something about it felt wrong, out of place, too careful, too deliberate. By morning, it seemed like a bad dream. The daylight made the whole thing seem foolish, overblown, and I laughed at myself as I made coffee, shaking off the lingering feeling of unease. But the question stayed with me, nagging gently at the back of my mind. Who was in that apartment? Later, when I ran into Mr. Hartley in the hall, toolbox in hand, I asked casually, "Hey, do I have a neighbor up here?" He glanced at me, eyebrows raised slightly. "Neighbor?" "The unit next to mine," I clarified, pointing down the hall. "Thought you said no one lived there, but I heard someone last night, moving around, humming, just wondering who it was." He stared at me a moment longer, then shook his head. "You must have heard wrong. Nobody lives there." I frowned slightly. "Are you sure? I definitely heard something." "Apartment's sealed," he interrupted firmly. "Has been ever since the fire 5 years ago. Nobody's been in there since then. Walls are thin, that's all." I stood there, suddenly uncomfortable, unsure what to say next. Mr. Hartley seemed to notice my unease, his expression softening slightly. "Just old noises, Caitlin. Nothing to worry about, I promise." He walked away without another word, leaving me standing awkwardly in the hallway, feeling somehow foolish and unsettled at the same time. Later, when I passed by the unit, I paused, staring at the closed door. It looked ordinary, same faded paint, Same brass numbers, but something about it now felt different, heavier. I reached out slowly, pressing my palm flat against the wood. It was warm, warmer than it should have been. Not hot exactly, but noticeably warm to the touch, as if something behind it was radiating heat. I stepped back quickly, pulse quickening. Mr. Hartley had said nobody was inside, that it was sealed. But I'd heard something. I knew I had. That night, sleep was difficult. Every time I began drifting off, my ears strained automatically for sounds from the neighboring apartment. But this time it was silent, completely silent. Until, just after midnight, I heard it. A scratching noise, soft but unmistakable, coming from behind the shared wall. Slow, deliberate scrapes, as if fingernails were gently dragging across the drywall, testing the barrier. I sat up, heart hammering, every muscle tense. The scratching continued, slow and steady, moving gradually along the wall, as if tracing a careful path. Then abruptly, it stopped. I held my breath, waiting, hoping it was over. Then came the knock. Just one gentle, deliberate, soft enough to have been imagined if I hadn't been listening so closely, but I heard it clearly. One single, careful tap. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I sat rigidly, staring at the wall, waiting for something else, anything else. Nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me into sleep. But the next night, it happened again. The scratching, slow and careful, followed by 3 soft knocks, evenly spaced, patient and deliberate. And then, just as I was about to convince myself it was my imagination, I heard it clearly, a voice, quiet and muffled, coming from the vent beside my bed. A whisper, soft and tentative, barely audible through the metal grate. "Is it safe to come out yet?" My breath caught painfully. Every instinct in me screamed not to reply, not to acknowledge whatever was happening. I stayed silent, frozen, heart racing in my chest, listening carefully for anything else. But nothing more happened that night. No scratching, no pacing, no humming. In the morning, everything felt normal again. The apartment was quiet, ordinary, bathed in sunlight. I could almost convince myself I'd dreamed it all. Until the knocking began again, this time from inside my closet door. The knocking from inside my closet wasn't loud. It was gentle, hesitant, as if whoever or whatever was behind the door didn't want to startle me, but it did. My heart slammed so hard against my chest it actually hurt, and for a long moment, all I could do was stare at the closet door, waiting for it to happen again. But the knocking stopped almost as suddenly as it started, leaving the apartment heavy with a silence that felt louder than the sound itself. I couldn't move at first, could barely breathe. It was as if something had shifted, broken some unspoken boundary. The noises through the wall were one thing I could rationalize them, dismiss them as pipes or mice or even dreams. But this was different. This was in my space, closer than ever, impossible to deny or ignore. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I stood carefully, never taking my eyes off the closet. My legs felt weak, unsteady beneath me. I took a slow step forward, then another, my hand reaching out toward the handle, but before I could touch it, I stopped, every muscle tensed, every nerve ending alive, screaming at me to reconsider. I stepped back quickly, retreating to the living room, grabbing my phone as I sat heavily on the couch. My hands shook as I scrolled through my contacts, desperate for someone to call, someone who might listen and help me make sense of this. But every name I landed on felt wrong. Friends who'd worry I was losing it, family who'd tell me to leave immediately, or worse, brush it off as paranoia. Finally, I called Mr. Hartley. I didn't know what else to do. He answered after 3 rings, sounding tired and slightly annoyed. "Caitlin, is everything okay?" I took a breath, struggling to steady my voice. "Something's wrong with the apartment." There was a pause on his end, a shift in tone. "What kind of something?" "The noises I mentioned yesterday. They're worse, and now they're inside my closet." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, strained. "That's not possible, Caitlin. It's an old building. Sounds carry strangely sometimes. I told you, no one else is up there." "Can you please just come up and check?" I begged, feeling tears sting behind my eyes. "I swear I'm not imagining this." He sighed heavily, reluctantly. "Give me a minute." I waited anxiously by the door until I heard him climb the stairs, each slow footstep creaking gently beneath his weight. When he finally knocked, I practically yanked the door open, heart still racing painfully. He stepped inside slowly, glancing around, looking slightly uncomfortable. "Show me." I led him directly to the bedroom, pointing at the closet door, still tightly shut. "In there." He approached cautiously, placing his hand lightly on the wood. He paused, listening intently, his face unreadable. Then he opened it quickly, stepping back just enough to reveal nothing. Just clothes, shoes, a suitcase pushed back into a corner, exactly what should have been there, nothing out of place. He looked at me carefully, his expression sympathetic but guarded. "Caitlin," he said gently, "maybe you just heard something from downstairs. The vents and pipes carry sound. It happens." "No," I whispered, frustration bubbling up sharply. "It was clear, deliberate knocking, Mr. Hartley. I'm not imagining this." He hesitated, clearly weighing his words. "The apartment next door hasn't been touched in 5 years. After the fire, they boarded it up tight, cut the utilities. No one's inside. No one can get inside. I promise you that." "But why?" "I don't know," he interrupted softly, firmly. "But it's not what you think. Maybe it's time to talk to someone. You know, someone who can help." I stared at him, anger and humiliation mingling painfully inside me. He thought I was losing it. Maybe I was starting to wonder myself, but it didn't make the fear any less real. He left quietly after that, promising to check the unit again to ease my mind, but his voice was gentle and placating the way you speak to someone fragile or disturbed. I shut the door behind him, leaning against it, breathing shallowly, feeling completely alone. The rest of the day, I stayed away from the bedroom, moving restlessly around the living room, the kitchen, forcing myself not to glance at that closet door. I distracted myself with cleaning, television, cooking, but it was all meaningless, busy work to pass time. As night approached, anxiety coiled tighter and tighter inside me. Eventually, I couldn't avoid it any longer. I stepped back into the bedroom, trying to convince myself nothing was wrong, that it had been my imagination or the pipes or something harmless. But as soon as I closed the bedroom door behind me, the air felt heavier, charged somehow. I changed quickly, avoiding even a glance at the closet. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers tightly around me, willing sleep to come quickly and mercifully. It didn't. I lay there, tense, listening carefully, every sound magnified. At first, nothing happened, just the familiar hum of distant traffic, the creak of old wood, the whispering quiet of an empty apartment. Then, at precisely 2:13 a.m., the scratching started again, this time sharper, closer, louder. My chest tightened painfully as I sat up slowly, staring wide-eyed at the closet door. The scratching was rhythmic now, deliberate, moving up and down slowly, like nails tracing patterns along the inside. My pulse quickened sharply. I forced myself out of bed, walking slowly, deliberately, toward the closet. Each step felt impossibly heavy, as if my legs resisted instinctively, begging me to run instead. But I reached the door, hand trembling violently as I touched the handle. The scratching stopped immediately. My breath caught painfully. Slowly, carefully, I turned the handle and opened the door. Inside, the closet looked exactly the same. Nothing moved, nothing out of place. My clothes hung neatly, my shoes sat quietly, everything normal. Except for one small thing. On the back wall, barely noticeable, were faint scratch marks, thin, deep grooves etched deliberately into the paint. They spelled something clearly, though shakily, as if carved by desperate fingers. Please let me out. I stumbled back, heart pounding, breath catching painfully in my throat. My mind raced wildly, desperately trying to rationalize what I saw, but there was no rational explanation, nothing that could make sense of this. I shut the door quickly, pressing my back against it, breathing raggedly, trying not to panic. But even as I stood there, frozen and terrified, I heard it again, a soft whisper, barely audible, coming clearly through the vent above me. The same voice as before, trembling slightly with desperation. Please, I don't want to be alone anymore. I didn't sleep at all that night. How could I, knowing what was happening behind the walls of my own apartment? I sat up in bed, the light on, eyes fixed firmly on the closet door, half expecting it to slowly creak open or for the whisper to return. But it stayed quiet after that plea, silent enough to almost make me doubt myself again. Almost. By the time dawn broke, pale and hesitant, I felt drained, my nerves raw and jittery. I couldn't face another day trapped here alone, spiraling into panic. I got dressed quickly, barely glancing at my reflection, dark circles, hollow eyes, and left without eating, needing air and space to clear my head. I spent hours wandering aimlessly around town, stopping in coffee shops I'd never visited before, sitting at bus stops I had no intention of using, anything to delay returning home. But no matter how far I walked or how long I lingered, the apartment lingered with me, its walls, its whispers, the scratching behind my closet door. Eventually, exhausted and out of options, I found myself back at the building entrance, staring reluctantly up at the top floor windows. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step heavy and reluctant. When I reached the top floor, Mr. Hartley was already standing there, toolbox in hand, waiting patiently outside my door. "Caitlin," he said gently, almost apologetic, "can we talk?" I hesitated, then nodded wearily, opening my apartment door and stepping aside to let him in. He walked past me slowly, his eyes carefully scanning the room before turning back to face me. "I'm not saying you're crazy," he began quietly, hands raised slightly, palms open, cautious. "But I checked everything again this morning. I even went into the unit next door. I broke the seal, opened it up." My eyes widened. "You did?" He nodded slowly. "I had to know for sure. I didn't want you feeling unsafe here. But Caitlin, there's nobody in there. Nothing but empty rooms and old fire damage." "But the scratching—" "I don't know," he said softly, cutting me off gently. "Maybe mice, maybe old pipes, maybe echoes. This place has history, you know. Sounds get stuck. Memories, too." I stared at him helplessly, feeling the tightness in my chest worsen. "You saw the scratches in my closet I showed you." He looked down, clearly uncomfortable. "I saw them, yeah, but I don't know when they got there. Could have been from before you moved in. Could have been you in your sleep. Stress does strange things." "I'm not imagining this," I whispered, frustrated tears welling sharply. "I believe you feel something is happening," he replied carefully, choosing his words. "But there's nothing physically here, not that I could find. Maybe it's time you thought about finding somewhere else to stay." I felt a sudden rush of anger and embarrassment, shame burning hot in my cheeks. "You want me to move out? Just like that?" "I'm just suggesting it might help," he said quietly. "I don't want to see you scared like this." After he left, I felt completely hollow. Every reassurance he'd given felt fake, meaningless. I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making this up, wasn't inventing something to fill the emptiness in my life. But his doubt shook me anyway. That evening, I sat alone in the quiet apartment, listening carefully, nerves stretched thin, waiting for the noises to return. As darkness settled in, my anxiety built painfully, my ears straining to hear anything: footsteps, whispers, scratches, but the apartment was silent, almost defiantly so. Eventually, I couldn't stand it anymore. I stood quickly, grabbing my coat and keys, desperate for some kind of answer or resolution. I stepped into the hallway, eyes fixed on the neighboring apartment door, the one Mr. Hartley had reopened and supposedly cleared. It stood slightly ajar now, inviting me closer. My heartbeat quickened as I approached slowly, pushing the door open fully, stepping hesitantly inside. The apartment was dark, musty, the air heavy with years of stale emptiness, and the faint charred scent of long extinguished fire. Even in the dark, I could see the damage clearly: walls stained with smoke, paint blistered and peeling, furniture blackened and warped. But Mr. Hartley was right. There was no one here. No hidden occupant, no mysterious tenant pacing the floorboards at night. Just an empty, burned-out space, quiet and abandoned. Still, as I stood there, a shiver ran down my spine. The apartment felt wrong somehow, not just damaged, but deeply, unsettlingly empty, as if something important had been erased. It wasn't just old fire damage, I realized slowly. The entire place felt drained, stripped clean of life. I turned quickly, anxious to leave, but stopped abruptly as something caught my eye near the wall that separated this apartment from my bedroom. There, clearly visible even in the gloom, were markings scratched deeply into the charred drywall. I stepped closer, my chest tightening painfully. Scratched into the wall were tally marks, dozens of them, carefully drawn in shaky lines one after another, each set of 5 slashed through with a sharp diagonal mark, counting something. Counting days, weeks, months. I reached out slowly, fingers brushing the rough edges, my throat tightening painfully. Who had been here, hidden away, counting desperately, waiting for rescue, waiting for release? Then, beneath the tally marks, I noticed a second set of scratches, words carved roughly but clearly into the drywall. They left me behind. My breath caught painfully. I stepped back quickly, heart racing, head spinning. This wasn't something I could rationalize. Someone had been here trapped, hidden away, abandoned. And whatever happened in this apartment hadn't been resolved by fire or time. It was still here, waiting quietly, desperately reaching out to anyone who might finally hear. I fled back to my apartment, slamming the door shut, leaning against it, breathing raggedly, fighting panic. The emptiness, the silence, it made sense now. Someone had been sealed away, forgotten, buried beneath explanations and reassurances that never quite felt right. And now they were reaching out to me, because I was the only one who could hear. I stumbled into my bedroom, eyes drawn irresistibly to the closet. Without thinking, almost in a daze, I opened the door, staring again at the scratches pleading for release. They matched exactly, perfectly, the ones I'd just seen next door. I closed the closet slowly, carefully, knowing with absolute certainty I was no longer alone. That night, when the whispers returned through the vent, faint and desperate, I didn't pull away or cover my ears. Instead, heart pounding, I whispered back, gently, cautiously, "I can hear you. Who are you?" There was silence for a long moment, heavy and expectant. Then quietly, shakingly, the voice replied, "I don't remember anymore. They took my name when they left me here." My throat tightened painfully. Who's they? The voice hesitated, then answered softly, fearfully, "The ones who started the fire." As I sat there, heart hammering, cold realization washed over me. The fire hadn't been accidental, it had been deliberate, meant to hide something or someone. And now, 5 years later, that someone was reaching out, desperately pleading to finally be remembered. And they had chosen me to listen. I sat there in the dark, staring at the wall vent, trying to process the quiet words that had drifted through from the other side. My heartbeat was fast, uneven, and my mind raced as I struggled to understand the reality I had somehow stumbled into. It felt impossible, yet undeniably real. A fire that had sealed off an apartment, a person trapped inside, abandoned, hidden away, their existence carefully forgotten, someone who didn't even remember their own name anymore. I swallowed hard, leaning closer to the vent, voice trembling slightly. "Why did they leave you here?" For a long moment, silence. Then carefully, softly, the voice came again, hesitant, as though the words were difficult to form. "Because I saw them." "Saw who?" I asked quietly. breath caught in my throat. Another pause, heavier this time, the ones who burned it. My mind spun, heart racing. They locked you in because you saw them start the fire. Yes, came the whispered reply, quiet but steady. They wanted everyone gone, but I hid. They didn't know I was still here until after. By then, it was easier just to leave me. My chest felt tight, painful. The implications were staggering, impossible. Someone had deliberately set the fire. Someone had intentionally abandoned a witness, trapped and forgotten for 5 whole years. And Mr. Hartley, had he known, had he lied? I took a shaking breath. Are you hurt? How have you survived? I'm not sure, came the soft, uncertain reply. Time doesn't mean much now. I just wait. I've tried to leave, but the door won't open. I don't know how long it's been, only that it's felt very long. My mind struggled to grasp it. How could someone survive sealed in an empty apartment, cut off from food, water, sunlight, everything? How was it possible? Can I help you? I finally whispered, voice unsteady. Silence, then very softly, almost fearfully, I think it's too late for that. I sat back slowly, feeling numb, helpless. What do you mean? Sometimes I don't feel real anymore, came the quiet, drifting reply. Sometimes I'm afraid I'm just part of the walls now, part of this place. You're real, I whispered desperately. I hear you, you're real. Please don't stop believing that, the voice begged softly. They told me I'd be forgotten. They said nobody would ever find me. If you hear me, if you believe me, maybe I can still be real. My chest ached painfully. I believe you. I'll help you somehow. Be careful, the voice said softly, urgently. They'll come back if they think someone knows. Who? I whispered desperately. Who will come back? But no answer came, just silence again, heavier and deeper than before. I spent the rest of that night pacing, restless, frantic, trying to piece together what little I knew. When dawn finally arrived, I'd made my decision. I needed to know the truth. No more half answers, no more whispered warnings. It was time to confront the only person who could possibly know what had really happened. I waited in the hallway until Mr. Hartley showed up, tools in hand, on his usual morning rounds. He stiffened slightly when he saw me standing there, eyes cautious, wary. Caitlin, he said slowly, carefully, everything okay? No, I replied firmly, my voice steadier than I'd expected. Not even close. I know someone was left behind after the fire. I know it wasn't an accident. He froze, eyes widening briefly before narrowing sharply, suspicion hardening his expression. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about, I pressed quietly, anger simmering just beneath my words. The person trapped in the sealed apartment, the person who saw the fire being set. They're still there. That's impossible, he said quickly, harshly, eyes darting nervously toward the sealed apartment door. There's nobody. I heard them, I interrupted sharply. They spoke to me. They said you sealed them in because they saw what you did. He stepped back quickly, shaking his head sharply, voice suddenly tight, strained. Caitlin, listen to me carefully. You need to leave this alone, right now. Or what? I challenged, voice shaking. You'll seal me in too? He didn't reply, just turned abruptly, walking quickly away without another word, leaving me standing in the hallway, breathless, terrified, and certain I'd finally uncovered something he'd spent years carefully hiding. I spent that day gathering whatever I could, old newspaper articles, internet searches, anything about the fire. The story was thin, accidental, electrical issues, no casualties. But buried in an old news forum was a brief mention of a missing person report filed quietly, then dismissed. No follow-up, no answers, just a question left hanging. Someone had been erased from the official record. As darkness approached again, dread coiled tightly in my stomach. I couldn't abandon whoever was trapped next door, couldn't ignore the voice desperately pleading for help. But I also knew now that uncovering this meant danger. Mr. Hartley's warning had made that clear enough. That night, just after midnight, I heard the scratching again, this time sharper, desperate, louder. My heart leapt painfully. I rushed toward the closet, flinging it open, expecting, hoping to see something, anything. But again, nothing. I sank to the floor, defeated, helpless, fighting tears. "I'm sorry," I whispered brokenly. "I don't know what else to do." For a long moment, silence. Then a soft whisper drifted through the vent again, hesitant, gentle. "You've already done enough." "What do you mean?" I replied softly, head spinning. "You heard me," the voice said quietly, almost gently. "You believed me. That's more than anyone else has ever done." "I can't leave you here," I whispered, throat tight with tears. "I can't walk away knowing you're trapped." "I don't think you have a choice anymore," came the soft, regretful reply. "They know now. They won't let you keep asking questions." "Who?" I asked again desperately. "Mr. Hartley? Is he the one who did this?" The whisper hesitated briefly, then quietly answered, "He helped, but there are others, and now they know you've found me." My blood ran cold. What should I do? "Leave," the voice urged softly, almost pleading. "Before it's too late. Before you become like me." I shook my head, stubbornness and fear mixing painfully. "I won't just abandon you." "You're not abandoning me," came the gentle reply. "You're keeping yourself safe. If you go, at least I'll know someone remembered me." My chest tightened painfully. "What's your name?" I whispered helplessly. "Please try to remember. Tell me." There was a long pause, heavy with effort. Then finally, softly, hesitantly, the voice answered. "Anna. My name was Anna." "Anna," I whispered gently, fighting tears, heart aching painfully. "I won't forget you." "I know," she replied quietly, her voice fading gently. "That's all I needed." Then silence settled again, deeper and heavier than ever, leaving me alone, heartbroken and terrified. Because Anna was right, whatever darkness had trapped her here now knew that I had found her. And it wouldn't wait long before it came for me too. After that night, sleep wasn't even a possibility. How could it be? Knowing what I knew now, every noise, every shadow, felt like it carried a threat. Anna's whispered warning stayed lodged in my mind, playing over and over. She'd begged me to leave, to stay safe, but I couldn't abandon her. Not like everyone else had, not like Mr. Hartley and whoever else was behind this had done years before. I paced the apartment as dawn came, feeling like a prisoner in my own home, waiting for something to happen, someone to arrive and stop me from talking. But no one came, no pounding at the door, no threats from the hallway, just silence, quiet, heavy, and oppressive. I knew I should leave immediately, pack what little I had and never look back. But the thought of leaving Anna behind, of letting her remain trapped and forgotten, filled me with a guilt I couldn't stomach. Her story deserved to be told. She deserved to be heard. So instead of running, I began writing it down, all of it, every detail, every conversation, every strange and unsettling moment. I documented Anna's whispers, the scratches on the wall, the sealed apartment, and Mr. Hartley's suspicious behavior. My plan was simple. If something happened to me, someone else needed to know the truth. Around midday, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened sharply when I saw Mr. Hartley's name on the screen. I hesitated, heart hammering, before answering cautiously. "Hello?" His voice was calm, controlled. "Caitlin, I wanted to check on you, see if you'd thought about what we discussed." My throat tightened painfully, but I forced my voice steady. "I have. I'm not going anywhere. Not yet." A long pause. "You're making a mistake." "Why?" I challenged softly, fear mixing sharply with anger. "Because I know what you did." Another pause, longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was lower, colder. I didn't have a choice. "There's always a choice," I said, voice trembling with restrained fury. "You chose to trap someone behind a wall and pretend they never existed. How can you justify that?" "You don't know what happened," he said sharply. "You don't know why." "Then tell me," I snapped, desperation breaking through. "Tell me why Anna had to be hidden away. Tell me why you kept it a secret for 5 years. Help me understand." Silence stretched painfully, heavy with tension. When he finally replied, his voice was strained, nearly broken. "Not over the phone. Meet me downstairs in the lobby. 1 hour. I'll tell you everything." Before I could answer, he hung up abruptly, leaving me holding the phone tightly, heart racing. I hesitated, torn between distrust and the need for answers. Ultimately, the chance to understand, even if it was dangerous, outweighed my fear. 1 hour later, I stood anxiously in the lobby, heart hammering as Mr. Hartley arrived, looking older, wearier than I'd ever seen him. He motioned me toward a small maintenance room behind the main staircase, shutting the door carefully behind us. "I don't have long," he began, voice low and urgent. "They're watching me now." "Who's watching you?" I demanded, desperate for clarity. "The owners," he replied bitterly. "The people who paid me to keep quiet after the fire." "So there was a fire?" I pressed, confusion swirling. "Or was it intentional?" He sighed heavily, shoulders sagging. "It was intentional. Anna saw them. She saw everything." "Saw what?" I whispered harshly, fear tightening my throat. His eyes flicked toward the door nervously, then back to me, resigned. "They were trying to clear out the building. Insurance money, redevelopment plans. It doesn't matter." Anna saw them setting the fire. She recognized them. The fire spread faster than they planned, and by the time it was out, Anna was hiding in the back room, terrified. They found her afterward, scared and desperate, ready to tell everyone what she'd seen. My chest tightened painfully, anger and sorrow mingling. "And you let them lock her away?" "I didn't have a choice," he snapped, eyes wild, voice breaking. "They threatened me, my family. I thought they told me it would just be temporary. Just long enough to sort things out. But it wasn't temporary. They sealed the apartment, erased her from records, threatened me again every time I considered speaking up. By then it was too late. Anna was supposed to disappear quietly." "But she didn't," I said quietly, my voice shaking. He shook his head slowly, grief-stricken. "No, somehow she stayed. I don't know how, I don't understand it. She's been there ever since, trapped in that place, and I couldn't do anything about it." "You could have tried," I whispered, anger burning sharply now. "You should have tried." He looked down, defeated. "I've spent 5 years hoping it would end on its own, but it hasn't. She's still there, and now you're involved. They know you know. It's dangerous for both of us." "Then let's end it," I said desperately. "Let's tell someone now, before it's too late." He shook his head sharply, fear returning to his expression. "They control everything. Caitlin police, inspectors, lawyers. No one will believe us. No one can help." I stepped closer, pleading desperately. "Then let her go. Open the apartment again. Help me release her, please." He stared at me, eyes haunted, then finally nodded slowly. "Tonight, after dark, wait for me upstairs." He slipped out quietly, leaving me shaking, frightened, and hopeful for the first time. When night finally fell, I waited anxiously in the hallway outside Anna's apartment. Mr. Hartley arrived a few minutes later, silent, withdrawn. He pulled out his keys, hands trembling, and unlocked the door. The heavy lock turned with a dull click, and he stepped back, letting me enter first. Inside, the apartment felt colder than before, emptier. Shadows stretched across charred walls, broken furniture looming in darkness. The air felt heavy, expectant, charged with desperation. "Anna?" I called softly, voice trembling. "We're here. You can come out now." Silence. Heavy, suffocating silence. "Anna," I whispered again, fear building. "Please answer." But still nothing came, no whispers, no scratching, no sign she was there at all. Behind me, Mr. Hartley shifted nervously. "Maybe she's gone now," he said softly. "Maybe she just needed to be acknowledged." My heart twisted painfully. No, she was real. She spoke to me. I can't leave without. A soft sound interrupted me, gentle and cautious, from deep within the apartment. Footsteps slow, hesitant, moving toward us. Then, from the shadows, she stepped forward, pale and faint, but unmistakably real. Anna stood quietly, eyes wide and frightened, her figure flickering slightly at the edges, like a candle about to go out. "You came back," she whispered softly, disbelief in her voice. I reached out instinctively, hand trembling. "I told you I wouldn't leave you here." Her eyes softened, tears glistening faintly. "I can finally leave now, because of you." "How?" I asked, desperate and confused. "What do we do?" She smiled gently, sadly, stepping forward. "Just remember me. That's all I needed. To be seen, to be remembered." Her figure flickered again, softening at the edges, fading gently as she spoke again, quieter this time. almost a sigh. "Thank you." Then slowly, she vanished entirely, leaving only silence and a lingering, fragile warmth. I stood quietly, tears sliding down my face, understanding finally. Anna had only needed someone to know, to acknowledge her, to remember that she had existed, that her life mattered. Behind me, Mr. Hartley stood silently, head bowed, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm sorry." I didn't reply, only stood quietly, feeling both loss and relief, knowing Anna was free. And finally, so was I. The days after Anna vanished felt like walking out of a nightmare. The apartment building itself was the same, at least on the surface, the same old hallway carpet, the faded walls, the cracked paint, but something deeper had shifted. It felt lighter, emptier in a good way, like a heavy curtain had finally been lifted. But even then, I knew things wouldn't simply go back to normal. You don't go through something like that and stay unchanged. Mr. Hartley disappeared the morning after we saw Anna, leaving nothing behind but a note slipped quietly under my door. It wasn't an apology, not exactly, but it felt genuine. "I'm leaving the city. I won't ask forgiveness. I don't deserve it, but thank you for helping her. Take care of yourself." I read it 3 times, then folded it neatly and tucked it away. He hadn't been innocent in all this, but I understood his fear now. Sometimes, fear makes you into someone you never imagined you'd become. Maybe that was what happened to him, or maybe it had always been inside him waiting to come out. Either way, I wasn't sure forgiveness was mine to give. That felt like Anna's choice, not mine. As the weeks passed, I expected someone else to show up, the people who'd started the fire, the ones who'd hidden Anna away. But no one ever did. It was like they'd given up now, vanished just as thoroughly as Anna herself. The building stayed quiet, and no threats or warnings arrived. Whatever grip they'd held on this place had slipped, and maybe they'd realized it was finally over. But even though Anna was gone, I couldn't let her memory vanish quietly. Her story was too important, too real, to simply fade back into silence. She'd been erased once already. I wouldn't let it happen again. So I wrote everything down, every detail, every conversation, every late-night whisper through the vents. I gathered old documents, records from the city archives, and copies of those dismissed missing person reports. Then, when it felt complete, I sent copies to every local news outlet I could find, newspapers, websites, radio stations, anyone who might listen. I didn't care anymore if they thought I was crazy. I just needed Anna's story to be heard, to be acknowledged publicly, even if only once. The local paper picked it up first, running a quiet, skeptical piece buried on page 5. But within days, interest grew. People began sharing it online, talking about it in local forums. Questions were asked, names were mentioned, and slowly, the truth began slipping out, impossible to contain. I stayed quiet, anonymous, keeping to myself as much as possible, but even so, people found me, journalists, podcasters, curiosity seekers. They knocked on my door, left notes in my mailbox, called me repeatedly. I ignored them all, focusing instead on moving forward with my own life. I moved out of the apartment as soon as I could. It wasn't fear that drove me away, not anymore, but the realization that this place would never truly be home again. Too many memories, too many echoes. On my last night there, as I packed the final box, I paused, staring quietly at the wall vent, the same one where Anna's voice had first whispered through. It felt like years ago now, even though only a few weeks had passed. "Goodbye, Anna," I whispered softly, gently placing my hand against the wall, as if she might still somehow feel my presence. "I hope you're finally okay." The apartment didn't answer, of course, but I felt a small sense of peace settle over me, reassuring and gentle. Wherever she was now, I hoped she had found rest. She deserved that, at the very least. My new place was small, bright, and far away from the city. I chose somewhere quiet, surrounded by open space, trees, and fresh air. It wasn't perfect, but it was peaceful, and after everything I'd been through, that was enough. Slowly, life began returning to something that felt close to normal. I got a new job, one that kept me busy but didn't drain me. I spent more time outside, away from walls and enclosed spaces. I began sleeping again, soundly and without dreams, no scratching, no whispers, no hidden rooms. But some things didn't fade completely. I never completely stopped checking doors twice at night. I never fully trusted silence again, always expecting something just beyond hearing, waiting quietly in the dark. Then, one warm evening, months after I'd moved away, something arrived that brought it all sharply back. It was an envelope, plain white, with no return address. Inside, a single folded piece of paper with a short handwritten note. "They believed you. Everyone knows now. Thank you for not forgetting me." My chest tightened sharply as I read the words, heart racing with sudden disbelief and quiet wonder. The handwriting was careful, gentle, and familiar, the same fragile, uncertain script that had pleaded for freedom on the closet wall. Anna's handwriting. For a long moment, I stood frozen, staring at the paper, struggling to understand how it was possible. Then, slowly, a quiet warmth filled my chest, something like gratitude and relief, mingling gently with a deeper understanding. Anna hadn't vanished entirely. Maybe she never would. Her presence, her memory, it was out there now, known and shared by others. She wasn't trapped anymore, and she wasn't forgotten. That was enough. I kept the note carefully, placing it alongside Mr. Hartley's. Both notes lived quietly in my dresser drawer, tucked away, private but present. Gentle reminders of what had happened, of what I'd faced, of what Anna had endured, and how she'd finally found peace. My life moved forward, quietly, gently. Friends returned, laughter felt easier again, and slowly, the tension of those long weeks eased from my shoulders. I knew I'd always carry that experience with me, but it wasn't a burden anymore. It was a memory, an important piece of who I had become. One afternoon, on the first anniversary of that night in the apartment, I returned to the city. The building stood quiet now, the lobby repainted, new tenants living their lives, unaware of the truth hidden in their walls. From the street, it looked utterly ordinary again, indistinguishable from any other old, worn apartment building. But I knew its secrets now, knew the shadows hidden inside it, and even if the world moved forward, forgetting and rebuilding, Anna and I would always remember. As I stood there, quietly watching from across the street, A breeze stirred gently, warm and reassuring, brushing softly across my face. I closed my eyes briefly, feeling it surround me, peaceful and familiar. Maybe it was nothing, just wind on a summer afternoon. Or maybe, just maybe, it was her way of telling me she was still there, still remembered, still real in every way that mattered. Either way, as I walked quietly away, I finally felt at peace. Anna was free, and because of her, so was I.